Good day, lovely viewers. Welcome to Ultimate Fanfiction. We have an exciting story lined up for you today. What if Fleur's Veela magic recognized Harry as her mate at age 8 and the Delacours destroyed the Dursleys? Your engagement means the world to us. Like, comment, and subscribe to help us grow and bring you more amazing content. Without wasting any time, let's start. Chapter 1. The awakening. The elegant wood-paneled conference room in London's Ministry of Magic felt stifling to 11-year-old Fleur Delacour. She fidgeted with the sleeve of her pale blue dress robes, fighting to maintain the poise her mother had instilled in her since birth. The adults had been talking for hours, something about international magical cooperation and trade regulations that made her eyes glaze over. "Sit still, ma chérie," Apollon Delacour whispered, her melodic French accent barely audible as she placed a gentle hand on her daughter's shoulder. Despite the soft reprimand, her mother's eyes sparkled with understanding. At 38, Apollon maintained the ethereal beauty that came with her Veela heritage, silvery blonde hair cascading down her back, perfect features that seemed to glow from within, and an innate grace that turned heads wherever she went. Fleur nodded and straightened her back, trying to emulate her mother's perfect posture. Her father, Sebastian Delacour, was currently addressing the British delegation, his deep voice carrying authority despite his foreign accent. As France's Deputy Minister of International Magical Cooperation, these diplomatic missions were commonplace, though usually Fleur and her 8-year-old sister Gabrielle remained at home with their grandmère. "This educational exchange program would benefit both our nations," Sebastian was saying, his dark eyes sharp with intelligence beneath salt and pepper hair. Beauxbatons and Hogwarts have much to offer each other's students. A thin wizard with a pinched expression, Bartemius Crouch, Fleur remembered, nodded stiffly. The proposal has merit, though the timing, whatever objection he was about to raise vanished from Fleur's attention as a strange sensation bloomed in her chest. It started as warmth, like drinking hot chocolate on a winter day, but quickly intensified into a burning that spread through her veins. She gasped, clutching at the front of her robes. "Fleur." Her mother turned, alarm replacing her diplomatic smile. "What's wrong?" The young girl couldn't answer. The burning had transformed into a pull, an invisible cord hooked behind her navel, tugging her eastward with undeniable force. Her skin began to shimmer with a faint silver glow. Sebastian Delacour immediately broke off his discussion and crossed to his daughter's side. "Apollon," he said quietly, the single word carrying volumes of meaning between the long-married couple. "It's not possible," Apollon whispered, her face paling as she recognized the signs. "She's too young for a full manifestation." The British officials watched in confusion and growing concern as Fleur's breathing quickened. The silver glow intensified, and several wizards stepped back instinctively. Veela magic, while not dark, commanded respect and caution. "I need," Fleur gasped, standing suddenly, knocking her chair backward. "I need to go. Something's calling me." Someone, her normally perfect English fractured as the magic overwhelmed her. Sebastian exchanged a look with his wife, then addressed the British Minister of Magic. "Minister Fudge, I must request a brief recess. My daughter appears to be experiencing a magical maturation event that requires immediate attention." Cornelius Fudge, a portly man in a pinstriped cloak, looked relieved at the suggestion. Yes, of course. Family matters. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning." "My apologies," Sebastian said formally, though his attention remained focused on his daughter, who was now trembling with the effort of resisting the magical pull. The moment the British delegation filed out, Apollon knelt before Fleur, taking her daughter's glowing hands in her own. "Fleur, look at me. This is very important. What are you feeling?" "It burns, maman," Fleur whimpered, her French accent thickening with distress. "And pulls. Like I must go." She turned her head eastward. "There. Something needs me there." Apollon's eyes widened. "Sebastian," she said urgently, "it's a bonding call." "That's impossible," he replied, though he didn't sound convinced. "She hasn't come into her heritage yet." She's years away from, I know what I'm seeing, Apollon cut him off. My grandmother spoke of this. Rare cases where the Veela magic manifests early because of exceptional circumstances. She turned back to Fleur. Sherry, is it a person calling you? Can you tell? Fleur nodded, her silvery blue eyes glazed with magic. A boy. He's hurt. Alone. Afraid. Tears spilled down her cheeks. He needs me. Sebastian ran a hand through his hair, momentarily dropping his diplomatic composure. We cannot simply follow mysterious magical compulsions across Britain, Apollon. We have responsibilities, the conference, this is Veela magic, Apollon said firmly. You know as well as I do that fighting it will only make it worse. If this truly is what I suspect, a mate bond, then it's already too late to prevent it. She looked at her husband with fierce determination. Besides, a child is in danger. Would you have us ignore that? After 20 years of marriage to a quarter Veela, Sebastian knew when an argument was futile. Very well. But we take precautions. I'll contact Jean-Claude at the embassy to reschedule tomorrow's meetings. He drew his wand. And we should not travel alone. The Delacours moved through Muggle London with unusual haste, drawing curious glances despite their hastily transfigured clothing. Sebastian led the way, discreetly performing point-me spells at each intersection, following the direction Fleur indicated. Gabrielle, confused by the sudden adventure but excited nevertheless, skipped alongside her mother, her small hand clutched tightly in Apollon's. How much further, Fleur? Sebastian asked as they boarded yet another underground train, the third in their journey. Not far now, Fleur answered, her voice distant. The glow had faded from her skin, but her eyes remained unnaturally bright, fixed on some invisible horizon. We're getting closer. 2 hours after leaving the ministry, they emerged at a suburban train station. The sign read, Little Whinging, Surrey. A wizarding community? Sebastian asked doubtfully, surveying the painfully ordinary houses with their identical gardens. Apollon shook her head. I don't think so. This feels entirely Muggle. She turned to Fleur. Can you be more specific now, ma chérie? Fleur closed her eyes, concentrating on the pull. This way, she said finally, pointing down a tree-lined street. He's afraid again. They walked briskly through the cookie-cutter neighborhood until they reached Privet Drive, a street indistinguishable from the dozen they'd already passed. Fleur stopped suddenly before number 4, her face draining of color. Here, she whispered. He's here. Sebastian surveyed the ordinary house with its immaculate lawn and precisely trimmed hedges. Nothing about it suggested magic or danger. Are you certain? Instead of answering, Fleur broke away from them and rushed toward the house, driven by instinct. Apollon followed immediately, leaving Sebastian to scoop up Gabrielle and hurry after them. Before they reached the front walk, a commotion from the side of the house caught their attention, shouting, then the sound of something hitting the ground hard. Fleur changed direction instantly, rounding the corner to the back garden. What they saw stopped them cold. A massive man with a walrus mustache loomed over a tiny, crumpled figure on the ground beside an overturned trash bin. Garbage was scattered across the lawn. Clumsy, worthless freak, the man bellowed. Clean up every bit of this mess or you'll be in that cupboard for a week. The small boy on the ground couldn't have been more than 8 years old, though he looked younger, painfully thin, wearing clothes several sizes too large, with unruly black hair and broken glasses hanging crookedly on his nose. He scrambled to pick up the scattered trash, flinching when the man raised a meaty hand. I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon, the boy stammered. The bin was too heavy, the rest of his excuse was cut off as the man grabbed him by his oversized shirt collar. Did I ask for excuses, boy? What happened next occurred with such speed that later, Sebastian would struggle to recall the precise sequence of events. Fleur let out a sound unlike anything her parents had ever heard from her, a high, piercing shriek of rage that contained echoes of her Veela ancestors. The silver glow returned, enveloping her entirely as she launched herself forward with inhuman speed. Simultaneously, Apollin's maternal instincts merged with her own Veela heritage. Her beautiful features sharpened, her eyes flashing dangerously as she drew her wand. Sebastian barely managed to set Gabrielle safely aside before drawing his own wand, years of diplomatic restraint momentarily forgotten at the sight of a child being abused. The large man, Vernon Dursley, they would later learn, had only a moment to register confusion at the strange family suddenly in his back garden before Fleur crashed into him with surprising force for an 11-year-old girl. The impact broke his grip on the boy, who tumbled back to the ground. "Get away from him!" Fleur snarled, standing protectively over the fallen child, her voice carrying an otherworldly timbre. Wisps of what looked like silvery fire danced around her fingertips. Vernon's face purpled with rage. "What the bloody hell do you think you're?" His words died in his throat as Apollon stepped forward, her wand leveled at his chest. No spell had been cast, yet the air around her seemed to waver with heat. "Touch that child again," she said with deadly calm, "and I promise you will regret it for the brief remainder of your life." The back door of the house flew open, and a horse-faced woman appeared, followed by a pudgy blonde boy approximately the same age as the child on the ground. "Vernon, what's all this noise?" Her shrill voice cut off as she took in the scene, strangers in her garden, her husband backed against the wall, and the strange silvery glow emanating from the beautiful girl standing over her nephew. Sebastian stepped forward, his wand not as overtly threatening as his wife's but no less present. "Madam," he said with forced civility, "I suggest you join your husband and explain why a child is being treated this way in your home." The small boy with the broken glasses looked up at his defenders with a mixture of fear and disbelief. When his gaze met Fleur's, something extraordinary happened. The silver glow surrounding her pulsed once, brightly, then extended tendrils of light that reached toward him. Where they touched him, his own skin momentarily illuminated with a soft golden glow. Fleur gasped, dropping to her knees beside him. "It's you," she whispered, reaching out to touch his bruised cheek with impossible gentleness. "You're the one calling me." The boy flinched initially, then froze in confusion when her touch brought not pain but a warm, soothing sensation. "I didn't call anyone," he said uncertainly. Are you magic too?" This simple question changed everything. Sebastian and Apollon exchanged sharp glances. "Too?" Sebastian asked, turning his attention fully to the child. "You know about magic?" Before the boy could answer, the thin woman let out a strangled sound. "Get out of our garden. He's nothing but a troublemaker telling tales. There's no such thing as magic." The way she stumbled over the word, the naked fear in her eyes, it confirmed what they now suspected. Sebastian's diplomatic training reasserted itself as he processed the implications. "I believe introductions are in order," he said coolly. "I am Sebastian Delacours, Deputy Minister for International Magical Cooperation for the French Ministry of Magic. This is my wife, Apollon, and our daughters, Fleur and Gabrielle." The Dursleys' reactions couldn't have been more telling. Vernon's face cycled through purple to white, while Petunia clutched her son to her side protectively. "We don't want your kind here," Vernon finally managed, his voice quavering despite his attempt at bluster. Apollon's wand remained steady. "We didn't ask what you want. What we want is to understand why this magical child is being mistreated in your home." She looked pointedly at the boy's thin frame, bruised arms, and ill-fitting clothes. "Magical child," the boy repeated, his green eyes widening behind his broken glasses. I'm really magical. Uncle Vernon says I'm just a freak." Fleur's hands clenched into fists at the word freak, silver sparks dancing between her fingers. "You're not a freak," she said fiercely. "What's your name?" "Harry," he said quietly. "Harry Potter." The effect of this simple introduction was immediate and dramatic. Sebastian actually stumbled back a step, while Apollon's wand hand dropped in shock. Even young Gabrielle, who had been watching the confrontation with wide-eyed silence, gasped. "Harry Potter? Sebastian repeated. The Harry Potter? Harry's brow furrowed in confusion. You've heard of me. Every magical child in Europe knows your name, Fleur told him, her expression softening. You're famous. I can't be, Harry protested. I'm just Harry. Apollon had recovered from her shock and was now advancing on Petunia Dursley with renewed purpose. You are Petunia Evans, are you not? Lily Potter's sister. Petunia's pinched face grew even tighter. I don't use that name anymore. And I don't discuss my freak sister. Yet you took in her son, Sebastian observed, his diplomatic instincts helping him piece together the situation. Though clearly against your wishes. We never wanted him. Vernon burst out, seemingly emboldened by the mention of Harry's parentage. He was dumped on our doorstep with nothing but a letter. We've clothed him, fed him, put a roof over his ungrateful head, barely, Apollon cut in coldly. Look at him. He's malnourished, wearing rags, and bears signs of physical abuse. We never agreed to take in one of your kind. Vernon shouted. We've done our best to stamp out that nonsense, to make him normal, Sebastian's patience snapped. With a flick of his wand, Vernon found himself suddenly unable to speak, though his mouth continued to move. Another gesture, and both adult Dursleys were gently but firmly pressed against the wall of their house, unable to move. I've heard enough, Sebastian said quietly. He turned to Harry, his expression gentling. Harry, what do you know about your parents? About how you came to live here? Harry glanced nervously at his restrained relatives before answering. They told me my parents died in a car crash because my dad was drunk. That's how I got this. He pushed back his unruly fringe to reveal the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Fleur made a sound of distress. Ce n'est pas vrai. That's not true. She looked at her parents. They lied to him about everything. Apollon nodded grimly. Harry, your parents were murdered by a dark wizard when you were just a baby. They died protecting you. You're the only person ever known to survive the killing curse, which is why you have that scar, and why you're famous in our world. Harry's face had gone very pale. Magic is real. My parents were wizards. Your father was a wizard, your mother a witch, Sebastian confirmed gently. And from what I understand, they were exceptional ones. He glanced at the immobilized Dursleys. Unlike some, they would never have rejected family because of magic. The pudgy boy who had been hiding behind his mother finally found his voice. Dad, make them leave. They're doing freaky stuff. Sebastian ignored him, focusing instead on Harry. How long have you lived with your aunt and uncle? Always, Harry answered softly. Since I was a baby. And how do they treat you? Apollon asked, though the evidence was plain to see. Harry hesitated, glancing at his relatives. Years of conditioning made him reluctant to complain, but something about these strange, beautiful people made him feel safe for the first time he could remember. I sleep in the cupboard under the stairs, he finally admitted. I cook and clean, and if I do something wrong, or if strange things happen around me. He trailed off, but his meaning was clear. Fleur reached out and took his hand, her touch gentle but sure. You're not going to stay here anymore, she said with absolute certainty. Harry looked at her in confusion. What do you mean? Sebastian and Apollon exchanged another meaningful glance. There are complications here that go beyond simple abuse, Sebastian said carefully. Harry Potter was placed with his Muggle relatives for specific reasons, I'm sure. Albus Dumbledore himself must have been involved. I don't care if Merlin himself placed him here, Apollon replied, her voice low but intense. Look at our daughter and tell me we have a choice. Both parents turned to where Fleur still knelt beside Harry, their hands clasped together. The silver glow had stabilized into a faint aura that surrounded them both, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Sebastian sighed, recognizing the inevitable. You're right, of course. He addressed Harry directly. Harry, I think we need to have a very important conversation, but perhaps not in your relative's garden. Would you be willing to come with us, just for a little while? We can answer your questions about magic, about your parents. Hope and wariness battled in Harry's expression. I'm not supposed to go with strangers. Apollon smiled gently. That's very wise, Harry. But I promise we mean you no harm. In fact, she glanced at Fleur. I believe our daughter's magic has already recognized you as someone very special. What do you mean? Harry asked, looking at the strange silver light that seemed to connect him to the beautiful girl. Fleur squeezed his hand. I'm part Veela, a magical being. And my magic, it called me to you. That's how we found you. Like magic knows we're supposed to be friends? Harry ventured hesitantly. Sebastian and Apollon exchanged another look, this one tinged with both amusement and concern. Something like that, Sebastian agreed, deciding this wasn't the moment to explain Veela mate bonds to an 8-year-old. For now, let's say the magic believes we can help you. Vernon Dursley, still pinned against the wall but now capable of speech after Sebastian's silent countercharm, found his courage again. Now see here. The boy is our responsibility. You can't just take him, responsibility. Apollon's voice could have frozen fire. Is that what you call this? Starvation? Abuse? Cupboards? Sebastian placed a restraining hand on his wife's arm. Perhaps we should continue this discussion inside, away from prying eyes. He nodded toward the neighboring houses, where curtains had begun to twitch. Petunia, recognizing the threat to her precious normality, nodded stiffly. The sitting room, she managed, her voice strangled. With a wave of Sebastian's wand, the Dursleys were released from their magical restraint. They scurried inside like rats, though not before Vernon shot Harry a look that promised retribution later. It will be all right, Fleur assured Harry, helping him to his feet. We won't let them hurt you again. For reasons he couldn't explain, Harry believed her. The Dursleys' living room was as aggressively normal as the rest of their house, floral patterns, doilies, and an abundance of photographs showing the pudgy blonde boy at various ages. Harry, Fleur couldn't help but notice, didn't appear in a single one. Sebastian conjured comfortable chairs for his family with a casual flick of his wand, earning a gasp from Harry and a scowl from Vernon. The Dursleys huddled together on their sofa, while Harry perched uncertainly on the edge of an armchair, as if expecting to be told off for sitting on the furniture. Let me be clear, Sebastian began, his diplomat's voice now carrying an edge of steel. We are here because my daughter's magic led us to Harry. What we've discovered is deeply troubling. We've given that boy everything. Vernon blustered. Ungrateful, that's what he is, just like his good-for-nothing parents. He was silenced by a look from Apollon that contained just a hint of her Veela fury. You will not speak of Lily and James Potter that way in my presence, she said quietly. They were heroes who gave their lives to protect their son, and the entire wizarding world. Wait, Harry interrupted, his voice small but determined. Please. I don't understand any of this. You said my parents weren't drunks? They didn't die in a car crash. Apollon's expression softened as she turned to him. No, Harry. They were murdered by a dark wizard called Voldemort. He tried to kill you too, but somehow, you survived when no one else ever had. The curse rebounded, and Voldemort was destroyed. That's why you're famous in our world, you're the boy who lived. Harry's hand unconsciously went to the scar on his forehead. This is from a curse. Not a car crash. Yes, Sebastian confirmed. It's a curse scar. Very rare. And my parents were good people? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The best, Apollon assured him. Brave, talented, kind. They loved you very much. Tears welled in Harry's eyes, quickly blinked away. Fleur, sitting beside him now, reached for his hand again. The contact seemed to steady him. Mrs. Dursley, Sebastian said, turning his attention to Petunia. You are Harry's maternal aunt. Surely you must know he's a wizard. Surely you were told something when he was placed in your care. Petunia's lips thinned to nearly nothing. There was a letter. From that headmaster. Said we had to take him in, that there were protections. Blood wards, Sebastian murmured to Apollon. That would explain it. Vernon seemed emboldened by his wife's response. We never wanted him or his freakishness. We've tried for 7 years to stamp it out of him, and this is the thanks we get. Foreign freaks breaking into our home, threatening decent people, stamp it out. Apollon repeated, her voice dangerously quiet. You cannot stamp out magic, Mr. Dursley. It is as much a part of Harry as his green eyes or his need for air. We took him in. Petunia shrilled. We didn't have to. No, Sebastian agreed coldly. You didn't. And it's abundantly clear you never wanted to. Which brings us to our current situation. He leaned forward, fixing the Dursleys with a penetrating stare. Harry Potter is not just any wizard child. He is arguably the most important child in magical Britain. His mistreatment will not be tolerated. What do you want? Vernon demanded. Money? We've spent plenty on that ungrateful brat already. Fleur made an indignant sound, but Sebastian silenced her with a look. What we want, Mr. Dursley, is what's best for Harry. And it's obvious that isn't you. Petunia paled. You can't take him. The letter said he had to stay here. The protection, blood wards require more than physical presence, Apollon cut in. They require bonds of love and care. You've provided neither. She turned to her husband. Sebastian, we need to contact the proper authorities. This situation is untenable. Vernon surged to his feet. Now see here. You have no rights in this house. The boy is our legal ward, and if you try to take him, Sebastian's wand appeared in his hand so quickly it seemed to materialize from thin air. Sit down, Mr. Dursley, he said pleasantly. Before I'm forced to demonstrate exactly how seriously the magical world takes the abuse of children. Vernon sat. Harry, Apollon said gently. Would you be willing to speak with us privately for a moment? Perhaps you could show Fleur and Gabrielle your room. Harry hesitated, then nodded. This way, he murmured, leading the Delacour daughters toward the hallway. Once the children were out of earshot, Sebastian cast a quick privacy charm. Now, he said, all pretense of diplomacy gone. Let's discuss the reality of your situation. Harry stood awkwardly before the cupboard under the stairs, watching as Fleur's eyes widened in shock. This is, where you sleep? She asked, her French accent thickening with emotion. Harry nodded, opening the small door to reveal the tiny space with its threadbare mattress, collection of broken toys, and spider webs in the corners. It's not so bad, he said automatically. I'm not very big. Gabrielle, who had been quiet until now, suddenly burst into tears. C'est horrible, she sobbed. Harry, tu ne peux pas vivre ici. Though he didn't understand her words, her meaning was clear. Harry felt a strange mix of shame and validation. No one had ever been upset on his behalf before. Why did they put you here? Fleur asked, her voice tight with controlled anger. Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the attention. Dudley needs the second bedroom for all his toys. And I'm just far. He stopped himself, remembering how Fleur had reacted to that word in the garden. You're not, Fleur said fiercely, guessing what he'd been about to say. You're a wizard, Harry. A very important one. She hesitated, then added softly, and you're special to me, too. My magic knows it. Harry didn't know how to respond to that, so he changed the subject. Your parents said I'm famous. That everyone knows about me? Fleur nodded. In the magical world, yes. You're in history books. They call you the boy who lived. But I don't know anything about magic, Harry confessed. If I'm really a wizard, shouldn't I be able to do wizard things? Have strange things ever happened around you? Fleur asked. Things you couldn't explain, especially when you were scared or angry. Harry's eyes widened. Yes. Once I turned my teacher's wig blue. And another time, Aunt Petunia cut off all my hair, but it grew back overnight. And, he lowered his voice. Last month, I somehow ended up on the school roof when Dudley and his friends were chasing me. That's accidental magic, Fleur explained, smiling. All magical children do it before they learn to control their powers. You can control yours? Harry asked, fascinated. Some, Fleur admitted. I go to Beauxbatons, a magical school in France. I've just finished my first year. She demonstrated by holding out her hand and concentrating until a small, silvery flame danced on her palm. Brilliant, Harry breathed, momentarily forgetting his circumstances in his wonder. Gabrielle tugged at his too large shirt. Harry, she said, her English heavily accented but understandable. You come with us, yes. To France? Before Harry could respond, the adults appeared in the hallway. Sebastian's face was set in grim lines, while Apollon looked ready to transform into her full Veela form at any moment. Behind them, the Dursleys seemed oddly subdued, Vernon's face ashen, Petunia's lips trembling. Harry, Sebastian said gently. We've had a discussion with your aunt and uncle, and we believe it would be best if you came to stay with us for a while. Harry looked between the Delacours and the Dursleys, confusion and hope warring on his face. Really? But, for how long? That depends on several factors, Apollon said diplomatically. But certainly until we can ensure your proper care and education. Vernon made a strangled sound but said nothing. Whatever Sebastian had said to the Dursleys during their private conversation had clearly made an impression. Would you like that, Harry? Fleur asked softly. To come with us? Harry hesitated, not because he didn't want to go, but because years of disappointment had taught him to be wary of things that seemed too good to be true. I don't have anything except what's in my cupboard. We can provide anything you need, Sebastian assured him. Clothes, books, proper glasses. Still, Harry hesitated. But, what about school? And what if the Dursleys don't want me to go? Your aunt and uncle have agreed that this arrangement is in everyone's best interest, Sebastian said smoothly, though the tight set of his jaw suggested that the agreement had not been entirely voluntary. As for school, there are excellent magical preparatory academies in France, Apollon added. Or tutors, if you prefer. When you're 11, you can attend Beauxbatons with Fleur, or perhaps Hogwarts here in Britain, if you wish. It was too much for Harry to process. I don't know what to say. Say yes, Fleur urged, taking his hand again. The silver glow returned briefly, pulsing between their joined hands. Please, Harry. Let us help you. Looking into her earnest face, Harry found it impossible to refuse. Okay, he said finally. I'll come with you. The relief that washed over Fleur's face was so palpable that Harry wondered again about this strange connection between them. Before he could ask, Apollon clapped her hands decisively. Excellent. Harry, why don't you gather whatever personal belongings you wish to bring? Fleur can help you. As the two children disappeared into the cupboard, Sebastian turned to the Dursleys one last time. We will be in touch regarding the legal arrangements. I suggest you cooperate fully. The alternatives would be unpleasant. You can't just take him, Petunia hissed, though there was more fear than conviction in her voice. What about those protections? We'll address that with the appropriate authorities, Sebastian replied coldly. For now, be grateful we aren't pursuing charges of child abuse and neglect, in both the magical and muggle systems. Vernon's face purpled again. You're threatening us, not at all, Sebastian cut him off. I'm informing you of your extraordinarily fortunate position. Many would not be as merciful, given what we've witnessed today. Further argument was prevented by Harry and Fleur's return. Harry carried a small, battered backpack that couldn't have contained more than a few items. The sight of it hardened Apollone's resolve. "We're ready," she announced, taking Gabrielle's hand. "Sebastian, perhaps a quick stop at Diagon Alley before we return to the embassy. Harry will need some essentials." Sebastian nodded. A wise suggestion. He turned to Harry. "Have you ever traveled by magical means before, Harry?" Harry shook his head. "It can be a bit disorienting the first time," Sebastian warned. "We'll use something called side-along apparition. You'll need to hold tightly to my arm and prepare for an uncomfortable sensation, like being squeezed through a very tight tube." Harry nodded solemnly, though his eyes betrayed his nervousness. Fleur gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. "It's over quickly," she promised. "And then we'll be in London, at a magical shopping street. You'll love it, Harry." As the strange group prepared to depart, Petunia suddenly stepped forward. "Wait," she said, her voice strained. "Harry, she faltered, then reached into her apron pocket and withdrew a small, tarnished key. "This was your mother's. I kept it. I don't know what it opens." She thrust it toward Harry, who took it with surprise. It was the first thing his aunt had ever willingly given him. "Thank you," he said automatically, though confusion clouded his face. "Don't expect us to take him back when you tire of him," Vernon growled, his final attempt at maintaining some control over the situation. Sebastian's smile was glacial. "I assure you, Mr. Dursley, that won't be necessary." He offered his arm to Harry. "Hold tight now." Harry gripped the man's forearm, and Fleur took his other hand. With a last look at the only home he'd ever known, Harry closed his eyes. The last thing he heard before the squeezing sensation overtook him was Dudley's bewildered voice, "Does this mean I get my second bedroom back?" Albus Dumbledore was enjoying a peaceful evening in his office at Hogwarts when the silver instruments on his desk began to whirl and whistle in alarm. He set aside the treatise on dragon blood he'd been perusing and adjusted his half-moon spectacles, immediately alert. The devices monitoring the blood wards at Privet Drive were showing critical fluctuations. Something was interfering with the protections he'd so carefully established 7 years ago. He rose swiftly, his usual unhurried demeanor replaced by genuine concern. Before he could reach the floor to investigate, however, his office door burst open. Minerva McGonagall rushed in, her normally impeccable bun coming loose and her face flushed with exertion. "Albus," she exclaimed. "A message from the Ministry. Harry Potter has been removed from his relative's home by a French diplomatic family." Dumbledore froze. "What? When? On whose authority?" "Less than an hour ago," Minerva replied, catching her breath. "The Delacours, Sebastian Delacour, the French deputy minister, and his family. They've filed emergency guardianship papers with both our ministry and theirs." Dumbledore sank back into his chair, his mind racing. "This is most troubling, Minerva. Harry must return to his aunt's home. The blood protection is essential to his safety." Minerva's lips thinned. "There's more, Albus. The paperwork includes documentation of neglect and abuse. They've submitted memories for pensive review by the Department of Magical Children's Welfare." A heavy silence fell over the office. Dumbledore's blue eyes, usually twinkling with good humor, now reflected deep concern, and perhaps a hint of guilt. "I feared the Dursleys might not provide the most loving environment," he admitted softly. "But the blood protection was paramount. With Death Eaters still at large, seeking vengeance for their master." "We all trusted your judgment, Albus," Minerva said, her voice tight. "Though I recall expressing my reservations about those muggles quite clearly." "Indeed you did, my dear Professor," Dumbledore acknowledged with a weary sigh. "Perhaps I should have heeded your concerns more carefully." He rose again, his decision made. "I must speak with the Delacours immediately. If what they claim is true, alternative arrangements may be necessary, but Harry's safety must remain our primary concern. There's something else, Minerva added hesitantly. Something rather unusual in the report. Apparently, the Delacours' eldest daughter, a part Veela girl, experienced some sort of magical episode that led them directly to Harry. The French ministry's representative mentioned possible mate bond magic. Dumbledore's eyebrows shot up. A Veela mate bond? But the girl must be 11, according to our records, Minerva confirmed. She's due to begin her second year at Beauxbatons this fall. Most curious, Dumbledore murmured, stroking his long silver beard. Veela mate bonds typically don't manifest until much later, unless... His eyes widened slightly as new possibilities occurred to him. Unless what, Albus? Minerva pressed. Unless extraordinary magical circumstances are involved, he finished thoughtfully. And Harry Potter is nothing if not extraordinary. He moved toward the fireplace. I must see them at once. Where are they now? According to the ministry, they've taken up temporary residence at the French Magical Embassy in London while the guardianship details are negotiated. Dumbledore nodded. Please inform Severus I may require his expertise on magical bonds, and ask Poppy to prepare for a possible medical examination. I want a complete assessment of Harry's condition from someone I trust. As Minerva hurried to carry out his instructions, Dumbledore paused before the Fleur, his expression troubled. 7 years ago, he had made a difficult decision, placing the infant Harry with his only blood relatives despite their known antipathy toward magic. He had believed the sacrifice of a happy childhood was worth the protection the blood wards provided. Now, it seemed, that decision had come back to haunt him, and potentially endanger the very child he'd sought to protect. If the Delacours' claims of abuse were valid, and if this unusual Veela bond was genuine. Well, Harry, he murmured to the empty office. It seems your path may be taking an unexpected turn. I only hope it leads you to the destiny that awaits you. With a pinch of Fleur powder and a swirl of emerald flames, the headmaster of Hogwarts departed to face the consequences of decisions made long ago. The French Magical Embassy was housed in an elegant Georgian townhouse in Mayfair, undetectable to Muggle eyes thanks to powerful notice-me-not charms. Inside, the decor blended traditional British architecture with distinctly French magical elements, moving paintings of the Loire Valley, enchanted tapestries depicting famous French magical battles, and furniture that subtly rearranged itself for optimal comfort. Harry Potter sat wide-eyed in a plush armchair, surrounded by shopping bags from various Diagon Alley establishments. In the few hours since his rescue from Privet Drive, his life had transformed completely. He now wore properly fitting clothes for the first time he could remember, simple but quality items from Madame Malkin's Young Wizard collection. His broken glasses had been replaced by a smart new pair that actually corrected his vision properly, revealing a world of previously unseen details. More importantly, he had been fed a proper meal, spoken to with kindness, and assured repeatedly that he would never return to the Dursleys' abusive household. "Are you comfortable, Harry?" Apollon asked, setting a cup of hot chocolate before him. "Not too overwhelming." Harry shook his head, though in truth, he was struggling to process everything that had happened. "It's just, a lot," he admitted. "This morning I was just Harry, the freak under the stairs. And now? Now you are just Harry, the wizard who will be properly cared for," Apollon corrected gently. "Nothing about you has changed, mon petit. Only your circumstances." Fleur, who hadn't strayed far from Harry's side since their meeting, nodded emphatically. "And we will help you understand everything, Harry. About magic, about your parents, everything the Dursleys kept from you." Sebastian entered the embassy's sitting room, his expression serious. "Albus Dumbledore has requested a meeting," he announced. "He's waiting in my office." Apollon's eyes narrowed. "What does he want?" "To discuss Harry's situation, naturally," Sebastian replied. "As Chief Warlock and Harry's magical guardian of record, he has certain legal rights we must address." "Magical guardian?" Harry asked, the unfamiliar term adding to his growing list of confusions. In the wizarding world, Apollon explained, magical orphans are assigned a guardian to oversee their magical education and inheritance until they come of age at 17. For you, that person has been Albus Dumbledore. The man who left me with the Dursleys. Harry clarified, a hint of resentment coloring his voice. Sebastian nodded gravely. The very same. However, given what we've discovered today, his fitness for that role is now in question. Should Harry meet with him? Fleur asked, unconsciously moving closer to Harry in a protective gesture. I believe that would be best, Sebastian said after a moment's consideration. Dumbledore is a powerful and influential wizard, Harry. It would be good for you to form your own impression of him. Harry nodded, steeling himself. After facing the Dursleys for 8 years, he could handle meeting this Dumbledore person. I'll talk to him. We'll be with you the entire time, Apollon assured him, squeezing his shoulder. Sebastian led them through the embassy's elegant corridors to his temporary office. Before opening the door, he paused to address Harry directly. Albus Dumbledore is considered by many to be the greatest wizard of our age, he explained. He's the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and chief warlock of the Wizengamot, Britain's magical high court. He's also the wizard who arranged your placement with the Dursleys after your parents' murder. Harry absorbed this information with a frown. Why would he put me there? Didn't he know they hated magic? That, Sebastian said grimly, is precisely what we intend to find out. He opened the door to reveal a spacious office dominated by a large desk of polished cherrywood. Standing by the window, gazing out at Muggle London, was a tall, thin man with flowing silver hair and beard. He wore magnificent robes of deep purple spangled with silver stars, and half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose. When he turned to face them, Harry was struck by the intensity of his blue eyes, piercing and somehow ancient, despite the kindly smile that creased his face. Ah, Harry, the old wizard said softly, as though greeting a long-lost friend. At last we meet again. You look so much like your father, though you have your mother's eyes. Harry blinked, startled by both the familiar greeting and the reference to his parents. You knew them? My parents? Indeed I did, Dumbledore replied. They were among my favorite students at Hogwarts. Brilliant, both of them, and extraordinarily brave. His gaze shifted to the Delacours. I must thank you for bringing young Harry to safety, though I confess I have concerns about the manner of his removal from his relative's home. Sebastian stepped forward, his diplomatic mask firmly in place. Perhaps we should discuss those concerns, Headmaster. After what we witnessed today, I believe we made the only moral choice possible. Dumbledore sighed heavily. If the situation was truly as dire as you suggest, then I bear a great responsibility for my failure to monitor Harry's welfare more closely. He turned back to Harry. My boy, I placed you with your aunt and uncle because the magical protection created by your mother's sacrifice required a blood connection to maintain. It was my belief that despite their reservations about magic, they would care for you as their own. They didn't, Harry said simply. They hated me. Called me a freak. Made me sleep in a cupboard. A flicker of genuine pain crossed Dumbledore's aged face. I see. Then I have done you a grave disservice, Harry, for which I can only ask your forgiveness. Before Harry could respond, Fleur stepped forward, her young face set in determined lines. Why didn't you check on him? Even once. Dumbledore regarded the young Veela thoughtfully. A fair question, Miss Delacour. I had monitoring charms in place to alert me to any magical danger to Harry, but they were not designed to detect more mundane forms of mistreatment. He spread his hands in a gesture of regret. I believed isolation from our world was necessary for Harry's safety and normal development, away from the fame that would have followed him in the wizarding world. Normal development? Apollon repeated incredulously. Abuse and neglect are not normal, Headmaster, nor conducive to healthy development. You are quite right, Madame Delacour, Dumbledore acknowledged. I made a grave miscalculation, it seems. He turned his penetrating gaze to Fleur. However, I am most intrigued by the circumstances that led you to Harry. A Veela bond at your age is quite extraordinary. Fleur flushed slightly but held her ground. I don't understand it myself. I just knew I had to find him. He needed me. Indeed, Dumbledore murmured. Most fascinating. Such bonds typically emerge much later, unless... He studied Harry intently. Unless there are exceptional magical circumstances involved. Sebastian cleared his throat. Whatever the nature of the bond, it led us to discover a situation that required immediate intervention. The question now is, what happens next? Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. The blood protection at Privet Drive is now compromised, perhaps irreparably. Alternative arrangements must be made for Harry's safety. He steepled his fingers beneath his beard. I understand you filed for emergency magical guardianship. We have, Sebastian confirmed. Given my diplomatic status and our discovery of Harry's mistreatment, both ministries have expedited the process. I see. Dumbledore seemed to consider this carefully. While I cannot deny the Dursleys' home has proven unsuitable, I must consider Harry's long-term safety. Voldemort's supporters still pose a threat, particularly outside Britain's borders. Harry, who had been listening to the adults discuss his fate with growing frustration, finally spoke up. Don't I get any say in this? All eyes turned to him, and Dumbledore's expression softened. Of course you do, my boy. What would you like? I want to stay with the Delacours, Harry said without hesitation. They're the first people who've ever helped me. And... He glanced at Fleur. I feel like I'm supposed to be with them. It's hard to explain. The Veela bond, Dumbledore nodded. Yes, that would create a powerful compulsion, particularly for one so young. He turned back to Sebastian. I presume you understand the implications of such a bond. The commitment involved. We do, Apollon answered firmly. As a quarter Veela myself, I recognize the signs. The magic has chosen, and we respect that choice. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. I will need assurances regarding Harry's protection if I am to support this guardianship transfer. The blood wards at Privet Drive, while clearly failing in terms of Harry's emotional well-being, did provide unparalleled magical protection. We are prepared to implement the strongest protections available, Sebastian assured him. Our family estate in southern France is already under Fidelius' charm, with additional layered defenses. Furthermore, I will personally ensure Harry receives proper education about his heritage and responsibilities. And what of Hogwarts? Dumbledore inquired. James and Lily would have wanted their son to attend their alma mater when he turns 11. That will be Harry's choice when the time comes, Apollon said firmly. He may prefer Beauxbatons, particularly given his connection to Fleur. Dumbledore nodded slowly. A reasonable compromise. He turned once more to Harry. Harry, despite my grievous error in judgment regarding your placement, I want you to know that your parents entrusted me with ensuring your well-being. If you truly wish to stay with the Delacours, I will not oppose it, provided certain protective measures are established. I do, Harry said, with more confidence than he'd felt about anything in his young life. They make me feel safe. Then it is settled, Dumbledore conceded, though a hint of reservation remained in his voice. I will work with the ministry to facilitate the guardianship transfer. However, his blue eyes grew serious. I would request regular updates on Harry's progress and welfare, and permission to establish certain additional protective enchantments around your home. Sebastian nodded. Acceptable terms. We have nothing to hide, Headmaster. Our only concern is Harry's well-being. Excellent, Dumbledore smiled, some of the twinkle returning to his eyes. Then I believe we have reached an understanding. He turned to Harry once more. Harry, before I take my leave, is there anything you would like to ask me? About your parents, perhaps, or the wizarding world? Harry hesitated, overwhelmed by the countless questions swirling in his mind. Finally, he settled on one that had been nagging at him since learning the truth about his parents' death. "Sir, why did Voldemort want to kill me? I was just a baby." A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face. "That, my dear boy, is a question with a complex answer, one that I believe should wait until you are somewhat older. I promise that when the time is right, you shall know everything." Harry frowned, unsatisfied with this evasion, but before he could press further, Dumbledore rose to his feet. "I must return to Hogwarts," he announced. "Sebastian, I will be in touch regarding the protective enchantments. Madame Delacour, I trust you will keep me informed of any developments with the Veela bond." His eyes twinkled as they fell on Fleur and Harry standing side by side. "Most fascinating, indeed." With a swirl of his star-spangled robes, Dumbledore moved toward the fireplace. Before stepping into the flue, however, he paused and looked back at Harry. "I truly am sorry, Harry," he said softly. "I believed I was acting for the greater good. I hope one day you can forgive an old man's mistake." Before Harry could respond, Dumbledore threw a handful of green powder into the fireplace, called out, "Hogwarts, headmaster's office," and vanished in a swirl of emerald flames. An awkward silence fell over the room in his wake. Finally, Sebastian cleared his throat. "Well, that went better than anticipated. It seems we have Dumbledore's reluctant blessing." "I don't trust him," Fleur declared, her young face serious beyond her years. "He hid things from Harry." "Many things, I suspect," Apollon agreed. "But he is a powerful ally, and we would do well not to make him an enemy." She turned to Harry with a warm smile. "What matters now is that you are safe, and you will remain so. Tomorrow, we will return to France and begin your new life." Harry nodded, still processing everything that had happened. In a single day, his entire existence had been upended. He had gone from unwanted burden to wizarding celebrity, from abused orphan to cherished ward of a magical family. It was too much to comprehend fully. As if sensing his overwhelm, Fleur took his hand once more. The now familiar silver glow pulsed between them, bringing with it a sense of calm and rightness that Harry couldn't explain but desperately needed. "It will be all right, Harry," she promised. "You're not alone anymore." Looking into her earnest face, Harry believed her. For the first time in his memory, he wasn't just surviving, he was beginning to live. The following morning dawned bright and clear, though Harry hardly noticed the weather. He was too busy marveling at the guest room he'd been given in the French embassy, larger than the entire upstairs of Privet Drive, with a four-poster bed that made him feel like royalty. He had slept better than he could ever remember, despite the excitement and uncertainty swirling through his mind. A soft knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Harry? Are you awake?" Fleur's voice called. "Yes," he answered, still unused to having a door of his own, let alone people who knocked before entering. Fleur appeared, already dressed in a simple but elegant blue dress. "Maman sent me to wake you. Breakfast is ready, and we have a busy day ahead." Harry nodded, suddenly self-conscious in the new pajamas they'd purchased for him in Diagon Alley. "I'll get dressed and come down." "Take your time," Fleur assured him. "We're in no rush." She hesitated, then added, "How do you feel today? After everything?" Harry considered this seriously. "Strange," he admitted. "Like I'm in a dream I might wake up from." Fleur smiled sympathetically. "It's not a dream, Harry. This is your life now, your real life." The silver glow briefly shimmered around her hands before fading. "I'll see you downstairs." After she left, Harry dressed quickly in some of his new clothes, still marveling at how they actually fit, and made his way to the embassy's dining room. The Delacours were already seated around a table laden with pastries, fruits, and various dishes Harry didn't recognize. "Ah, Harry. Bon matin," Sebastian greeted him warmly. "I trust you slept well." "Better than ever," Harry admitted, taking the empty seat beside Fleur. "Excellent. You'll need your energy today." Sebastian passed him a plate of croissants. "We leave for France this afternoon, but first, we have an appointment at Gringotts." "The Wizard Bank?" Harry asked, remembering their brief stop outside the imposing marble building during yesterday's whirlwind tour of Diagon Alley. "Precisely," Apollon confirmed. "As your prospective guardians, we need to address certain financial matters. The Potter family was quite wealthy, and there will be vaults and investments to manage until you come of age." Harry nearly dropped his croissant. "I have money. My own money." "Indeed you do," Sebastian nodded. "Quite a substantial amount, I would imagine." James Potter came from an old pure-blood family with significant holdings. "The Dursleys always said my parents left me nothing," Harry said quietly. "That I was a burden on their charity." Apollon's eyes flashed dangerously. "Yet another lie. Your parents would never have left you without provision, Harry." After Gringotts, Sebastian continued, "We'll finalize the guardianship paperwork at the ministry, then take an international portkey to our home in Provence." "What's a portkey?" Harry asked, adding to his growing mental list of magical terms to learn. "A magical transportation device," Fleur explained. "It's a bit like apparition, but you can travel much further, even between countries." "Is it uncomfortable like apparition?" Harry asked hesitantly, remembering the squeezing sensation from the day before. "A bit disorienting the first time," Sebastian admitted. "But you'll get used to it." Gabrielle, who had been quietly eating her breakfast, suddenly piped up. "Harry, tu vas aimer notre maison. Il y a un terrain de Quidditch et tout." Harry looked questioningly at Fleur, who translated with a smile. "She says you'll love our home. We have Quidditch grounds and everything." "Quidditch?" Harry repeated, adding yet another unfamiliar term to his list. "The wizarding sport," Fleur explained. "Played on broomsticks. Your father was famous for it at Hogwarts, according to the histories." Harry's eyes widened. "My dad played a sport on broomsticks. Flying broomsticks. And I can learn too." "Of course," Sebastian assured him. "Every young wizard should learn to fly. We'll start your lessons once you're settled." The conversation continued as they ate, with the Delacours patiently answering Harry's endless questions about the magical world. By the time breakfast concluded, Harry's head was spinning with new information, but he felt more excited than overwhelmed. "We should depart for Gringotts," Sebastian announced, checking his pocket watch. "Our appointment with the account manager is in 30 minutes. As they prepared to leave, Harry noticed Fleur watching him with an unreadable expression. "What is it?" he asked. "I was just thinking," she said softly, "how different you look today. Yesterday, when we found you, you seemed so small and—" She hesitated, searching for the right word. "Broken. Now there's light in your eyes." Harry didn't know how to respond to such an observation, but he understood what she meant. For the first time in his life, he felt hope, not just for today, but for a future that suddenly seemed full of possibilities. "It's because of you," he said simply. "You found me." The silver glow flickered between them once more, brief but bright. Fleur smiled, and Harry knew with absolute certainty that whatever this strange connection between them was, it had saved his life in ways that went beyond mere rescue from the Dursleys. Together, they joined the rest of the family and stepped out into the London sunshine, ready to begin the first day of Harry's new life. As they walked toward the leaky cauldron that would grant them passage to Diagon Alley, Harry looked up at the towering buildings of London, a city he'd never properly seen despite living just miles away for his entire life. Tomorrow, he would be in France, in a new country with a new family and a new understanding of who he was. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, with Fleur's hand occasionally brushing against his and the quiet strength of the Delacours surrounding him, Harry felt something unfamiliar yet wonderful unfurling in his chest: belonging. Chapter 2, A new beginning. The international portkey deposited the Delacour family and Harry on a grassy knoll with a disorienting whirl. Harry staggered, his stomach lurching, and would have fallen if not for Sebastian's steady hand on his shoulder. First portkey journey is always the worst, Sebastian assured him with a sympathetic smile. You'll get your bearings in a moment. As the world stopped spinning, Harry blinked and took in his surroundings. They stood on a gentle hill overlooking a verdant valley bathed in late afternoon sunlight. Fields of lavender stretched to his right, their purple hue vibrant against the golden landscape. To his left, vineyards lined the rolling hills, their neat rows creating geometric patterns that stretched toward distant mountains. And directly ahead stood the Delacour estate. Harry's jaw dropped. He'd expected a house, perhaps larger than the Dursleys, but still recognizable as a home. What rose before him was nothing short of a chateau. Built from warm golden stone that seemed to capture the Provençal sunlight, the three-story manor featured elegant windows, a slate-blue roof, and ivy-covered walls. Formal gardens surrounded the immediate grounds, giving way to wilder landscaping that blended seamlessly with the natural beauty of the countryside. "You live here?" he whispered, unable to hide his awe. "We live here," Apollon corrected gently. "This is your home now too, Harry." Gabrielle tugged at his hand. "Viens. Je vais te montrer ma chambre et la tienne." "She wants to show you your room," Fleur translated with a laugh. "And hers, and probably the entire house." Sebastian chuckled. "There will be time for a full tour later, ma petite. Let's get Harry settled first." He gestured toward the chateau. "Shall we?" As they walked down the hill toward the house, Harry tried to process everything that had happened in the past 24 hours. The visit to Gringotts had been particularly overwhelming. He'd learned not only that he possessed a substantial trust vault filled with more gold than he could comprehend, but that he would inherit the full Potter family fortune and properties when he came of age. The Goblin account manager had been surprisingly respectful when Sebastian had presented the guardianship papers, though he'd insisted on verifying Harry's identity with a drop of blood on a special parchment. "The Potter bloodline is ancient and valued," the Goblin had explained. "Gringotts takes its stewardship responsibilities seriously." Now, walking toward a chateau that would be his home, Harry felt simultaneously fortunate beyond measure and utterly out of place. What did he, a boy who had spent his life in a cupboard, know about living in such splendor? As if sensing his unease, Fleur fell into step beside him. "It's not as grand as it looks," she assured him. "Just a home, really. Been in Maman's family for generations." Harry nodded, though he wasn't convinced. Even the wrought iron gates they now approached seemed more elaborate than anything he'd ever encountered. They swung open at Sebastian's approach without being touched. "Blood wards," Sebastian explained, noticing Harry's curious look. "They recognize family members automatically. We'll need to add you to them, but that's a simple ritual we can perform this evening." The path to the front door was lined with rosebushes that seemed to turn slightly to face them as they passed. Harry blinked, wondering if he'd imagined it. "Magical roses," Fleur whispered. "They follow the sun during the day, but they're drawn to magical signatures too. They've never seen yours before, so they're curious." The massive oak front door opened before Sebastian could reach for it, revealing a slender, big-eared creature with huge tennis ball eyes wearing what appeared to be a neatly pressed pillowcase embroidered with a D. "Master and mistress have returned," the creature exclaimed in a high, squeaky voice. "With the young Master Potter." It executed a deep bow. "Lizette has prepared the blue suite as instructed." "Thank you, Lizette," Apollon said warmly. "This is Harry Potter. He'll be living with us from now on." The creature turned its enormous eyes on Harry and bowed again. "Lizette is honored to serve the great Harry Potter. Any friend of the noble Delacour family is welcome." Thank you," Harry responded uncertainly. "What? I mean, who are you?" "This is Lizette, one of our house elves," Sebastian explained. "House elves are magical beings who serve wizarding families. Lisette has been with Apollin's family for 3 generations. Lisette's mother served Mistress's grandmother, the house elf confirmed proudly. And now Lisette serves Mistress and her family. Harry frowned slightly. Serves, like a servant? Sebastian and Apollin exchanged glances. It's a symbiotic relationship, Apollin explained carefully. House elves need to bond with wizarding families to maintain their magic. In return for their service, we provide protection, shelter, and respect. It's different from human servitude, Fleur added. They genuinely enjoy their work and draw strength from the bond. Treating a house elf poorly actually weakens them magically. Harry nodded, though he made a mental note to learn more about this arrangement later. After his own experiences with the Dursleys, the concept of servitude, willing or otherwise, made him uncomfortable. Lisette led them into an entrance hall with soaring ceilings and a grand staircase. Magical paintings adorned the walls, their subjects turning to watch the newcomers with interest. Harry gaped as several portraits whispered to each other, pointing at him openly. The blue suite is prepared with fresh linens, Lisette informed them. Dinner will be served at 7 in the small dining room. Will young Master Harry require anything special? Perhaps keep the menu simple tonight, Apollin suggested. Harry is still adjusting to proper nutrition after his previous situation. The house elf's already large eyes widened further. Lisette understands. Simple but nourishing foods for young Master. She disappeared with a soft pop, leaving Harry staring at the empty space she had occupied. She just vanished, he exclaimed. House elf apparition, Sebastian explained. Different from wizard apparition, they can bypass most magical barriers. Gabrielle, who had been containing her excitement with visible effort, finally burst out, Pousse-je lui montrer sa chambre maintenant. Apollin smiled indulgently. Yes, you may show him his room now. But remember, Harry is tired from our journey. Don't overwhelm him. With a squeal of delight, Gabrielle grabbed Harry's hand and tugged him toward the staircase, chattering in rapid French that he couldn't understand. Fleur followed, providing occasional translations of her sister's enthusiastic commentary. This wing has all the family bedrooms, Fleur explained as they reached the top of the stairs. Gabrielle and I are on this floor, with Maman and Papa just around the corner. Your room is next to mine. Gabrielle pulled him down a sunlit hallway decorated with more magical paintings and ornate tapestries. She stopped before a door of polished oak and flung it open with a dramatic flourish. Ta nouvelle chambre, she announced proudly. Harry stepped inside and froze, overwhelmed by what he saw. The blue suite was actually a set of connected rooms larger than the entire upper floor of Privet Drive. The main bedroom featured a massive 4-poster bed with blue silk hangings, a sitting area with comfortable chairs arranged before a fireplace, and tall windows overlooking the lavender fields. An adjoining room contained a private bathroom with a tub that resembled a small swimming pool, while a third space appeared to be a study, with empty bookshelves and a writing desk. This is, for me. Harry whispered, unable to reconcile this luxury with the cupboard that had been his home for as long as he could remember. Of course, Fleur said, watching his reaction carefully. Is it not to your liking? We can change anything you want. No. It's perfect. It's just. Harry struggled to find the words. It's bigger than the Dursleys' entire house, and they thought giving me Dudley's second bedroom would be too much. A flash of anger crossed Fleur's face before she controlled it. Well, this is your home now, and you deserve nice things, Harry. She moved to one of the windows and opened it, letting in a warm breeze scented with lavender. The gardens are just below, and if you look there, she pointed to the left, you can see the Quidditch pitch in the distance. Gabrielle had already bounced onto one of the armchairs, chattering away in French again. Fleur smiled indulgently at her sister. She says you should put your new clothes in the wardrobe, and that dinner will have chocolate mousse because it's your first night, and that tomorrow she wants to show you the koi pond where magical fish change colors when you speak to them. Harry felt a lump forming in his throat. The kindness, the casual acceptance, the way they were folding him into their lives as if he'd always belonged, it was overwhelming after years of being treated as an unwelcome burden. "Thank you," he managed, his voice thick with emotion. "All of you. I don't know what I did to deserve this." Fleur's expression softened. She crossed to him and took his hand, the now familiar silver glow pulsing briefly between their fingers. "You didn't have to do anything, Harry. You deserve to be treated with kindness simply because you exist." Her voice took on a more determined note. "And we're going to make sure you never forget that again." Dinner that evening was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The small dining room still featured a table that could seat 12, though they used only one end. Crystal glasses, fine china, and silver cutlery were laid out with precision, and enchanted candles floated above the table, casting a warm glow over the proceedings. The promised, simple meal consisted of 5 courses, each more delicious than the last. Harry, accustomed to scraps and leftovers, found himself struggling to manage even small portions of each dish. When the chocolate mousse appeared for dessert, presented in delicate glass dishes with fresh berries, he was already uncomfortably full. "You needn't finish everything," Apollon told him gently, noticing his discomfort. "Your stomach will need time to adjust to proper meals." "It's all so good," Harry said apologetically. "I just can't eat anymore." "There will be plenty of good food tomorrow, and the day after, and every day after that," Sebastian assured him. "You'll never go hungry in this house, Harry." The conversation over dinner had been light and largely focused on introducing Harry to life at the chateau. Sebastian explained the daily routines, the boundaries of the estate, and some basic rules, most of which seemed focused on safety rather than restriction. "The wards extend to the perimeter of the property," he explained. "You're completely safe anywhere within them, though we ask that you tell someone before venturing beyond the gardens, simply so we know where you are. The forest at the north end has some magical creatures," Fleur added. "Nothing dangerous, but it's best not to go there alone until you're more familiar with them." Harry nodded, trying to absorb all the information. It was strange to hear rules explained as matters of concern for his well-being rather than arbitrary restrictions designed to control him. As dinner concluded, Sebastian set aside his napkin and adopted a more serious expression. "Harry, there are some matters we should discuss before you settle in for the night. Would you join Apollon and me in the study?" Harry nodded, suddenly nervous. Had he done something wrong already? Fleur, sensing his unease, squeezed his hand under the table. "It's nothing bad," she whispered. "Just official guardianship matters." The adult study proved to be a comfortable room lined with bookshelves and featuring 2 desks positioned to take advantage of the evening light through tall windows. Sebastian gestured for Harry to take a seat in one of the armchairs arranged before a marble fireplace. "First," Sebastian began once they were settled, "I want to assure you that your guardianship transfer has been officially recognized by both the British and French Ministries of Magic. The Dursleys signed all the necessary Muggle documentation as well, so there are no legal obstacles to your residence with us." "They gave me up that easily?" Harry asked, unsure whether to feel relieved or hurt by his relative's apparent eagerness to be rid of him. Apollon and Sebastian exchanged glances. "Let's say they were highly motivated to cooperate," Apollon said diplomatically. "The alternative would have involved investigations into your treatment that could have resulted in serious consequences for them." Harry nodded, understanding the implied threat. "What about Dumbledore?" He seemed reluctant. "Albus Dumbledore maintains his position as your magical guardian of record," Sebastian explained. "This is a compromise we reached. He retains certain legal rights regarding your magical education and the management of your family vaults until you come of age, while we have physical custody and responsibility for your daily care and welfare. We felt this arrangement was in everyone's best interest," Apollon added. "Dumbledore is a powerful ally, and maintaining his cooperation will smooth your eventual transition to Hogwarts, should you choose to attend." "Do I have to decide that now?" Harry asked. "Not at all," Sebastian assured him. "You have years before that decision must be made. Beauxbatons would welcome you as well, and there are excellent schools in other countries too. Apollon leaned forward, her expression gentle but serious. Harry, there's another matter we need to discuss, your health. Tomorrow, a healer will visit to conduct a thorough examination. Given what we observed of your physical condition, we suspect there may be issues that require attention. Harry shifted uncomfortably in his chair. I'm fine, really. I've never been to a doctor. I mean, a healer before. That's precisely why this is necessary, Sebastian said firmly. Magical healing can address problems that Muggle medicine cannot, including the effects of long-term malnutrition and any injuries that may have healed improperly. Harry thought of the times his bones had ached after particularly harsh treatment from Uncle Vernon, or the weeks of hunger when he'd been punished with no meals. Will it hurt? No, Sherry, Apollon assured him. Magical healing is typically painless, though some treatments may feel strange at first. Healer Moreau is exceptionally gentle, and one of us will stay with you throughout. Harry nodded, resigned to the necessity. All right. There's one final matter, Sebastian continued, his tone shifting to something more cautious. The bond between you and Fleur. Harry perked up, curious about this mysterious connection that had led to his rescue. What exactly is it? Fleur mentioned something about Veela magic recognizing me, but I don't understand what that means. Apollon took the lead on this explanation. Veelas are magical beings with their own unique magic, different from but compatible with wizard magic. I am 1/4 Veela, which means Fleur and Gabrielle have inherited some Veela traits and abilities. The silver glow. Harry guessed. Among other things, Apollon confirmed. Veela are known for their beauty, affinity for elemental magic, particularly fire, and for the powerful bonds they form. The most significant of these is the mate bond. Mate? Harry repeated, the word sounding strange to his 8-year-old ears. Sebastian cleared his throat. In the magical world, certain beings recognize their ideal magical partners through innate magic. For Veela, this recognition often manifests as a powerful draw toward their destined companion. What Fleur experienced, the compulsion that led her to you, appears to be an early manifestation of this recognition, Apollon continued carefully. This is highly unusual. Such bonds typically don't develop until much later, when both parties are nearing magical maturity. Harry frowned, trying to understand. So, her magic thinks I'm supposed to be her companion? Like, her best friend? The adults exchanged another glance, clearly navigating difficult territory. For now, yes, Sebastian said diplomatically. A very special friend that her magic recognizes as uniquely compatible. As you both grow older, this bond may develop into something more. But that's many years away, and not something you need to worry about now. The important thing to understand, Apollon added, is that this bond is significant in our culture. It's one of the reasons we acted so decisively when we found you in that situation. Veela mate bonds are respected and protected under magical law. Harry thought about the silver glow that appeared when he and Fleur touched, the immediate sense of trust he'd felt with her, the way her presence calmed him when everything else was overwhelming and new. Does this mean I have to do whatever Fleur wants? He asked cautiously, old fears of loss of autonomy surfacing briefly. Absolutely not, Sebastian said firmly. The bond creates a connection, not an obligation. You will always have choices, Harry. We would never enforce or demand anything based on this bond alone. In fact, Apollon added, as you grow older, you may discover that you have as much influence through the bond as Fleur does. It's a partnership, not a hierarchy. Harry nodded, relieved. Does Fleur understand all this? We've explained it as appropriate for her age, Apollon said. Like you, she'll learn more as she matures. For now, she knows her magic has recognized you as someone special and important to her future. And that's why she found me. Why her magic activated early? Sebastian nodded. We believe so. The bond sensed you were in danger and essentially, woke up early to protect you. Harry sat in silence for a moment, processing everything. It was strange to think that magic itself had intervened in his life, that some mystical connection had recognized his suffering and reached across countries to find someone who would help him. "I'm glad it did," he said finally. "I don't know how much longer I could have." He trailed off, unwilling to complete the thought. Apollon rose and knelt before his chair, taking his small hands in hers. "You never have to return to that life, Harry. Whatever challenges lie ahead, whatever complications arise from your fame or this bond or anything else, know this: you are part of our family now. We will protect you, care for you, and help you grow into the remarkable wizard you're meant to be." Harry felt tears welling in his eyes and tried to blink them away. The Dursleys had punished any show of emotion as weakness. But Apollon simply opened her arms, and for the first time he could remember, Harry found himself wrapped in a mother's embrace. "It's all right to cry, mon petit," she murmured against his hair. "Tears can heal as powerfully as any magic." So Harry cried, for the years of loneliness, for the cupboard and the hunger and the casual cruelty, for the parents he couldn't remember, and for the sudden, overwhelming gratitude of finally being safe. Throughout it all, Apollon held him, her hand making soothing circles on his back, while Sebastian's steady presence offered silent support. When the storm of emotion finally passed, Harry felt emptied and filled simultaneously, as if something poisonous had been drained away, leaving space for something better to grow. "Sorry," he mumbled, embarrassed by his outburst. "Never apologize for your feelings, Harry," Sebastian said gently. "They are as much a part of you as your magic, and just as deserving of respect." Harry nodded, too drained for further conversation. Sensing this, Apollon stood and smoothed his unruly hair. "I think that's enough serious discussion for your first night. Why don't you prepare for bed? I'm sure Fleur is waiting anxiously to say goodnight." As if summoned by her name, a soft knock sounded at the study door. When Sebastian called "Enter," Fleur peeked in, her expression concerned. "Is everything all right?" she asked, her gaze immediately finding Harry's tear-streaked face. "Just some necessary emotional unburdening," Apollon assured her. "Harry's had quite an overwhelming few days." Fleur nodded in understanding. "Gabrielle is already asleep. I thought perhaps Harry might like to see the stars from the east balcony before bed. The night is clear, and the magical constellations are visible tonight." Sebastian checked his pocket watch. "A brief stargazing session seems appropriate. Not too long, though, tomorrow will be another full day." Harry allowed Fleur to lead him from the study, her hand slipping naturally into his as they climbed the stairs to the third floor. The east balcony proved to be a wide stone terrace overlooking the lavender fields, now silvered by moonlight. "The magical constellations only appear every third night," Fleur explained as they settled onto a cushioned bench. "They're enchanted to be visible only to magical people, which is why muggles never see them." Harry looked up at the night sky, ablaze with more stars than he'd ever seen in suburban Surrey. "Which ones are magical?" "Look there," Fleur pointed to a cluster of stars that seemed to shimmer with a blue-green light. "That's the phoenix. And there," she guided his gaze to another formation, "that's the wand. The stars at the tip sometimes spark if you watch carefully." Harry stared in wonder as the stellar wand indeed emitted tiny sparks that cascaded through the night sky before fading. "It's beautiful. Maman used to bring me up here when I was little," Fleur said softly. "She'd tell me stories about each constellation, how the phoenix gained immortality, how the first wand was created. Magical history passed through the stars." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, Harry marveling at the beauty above and the peace within. After a lifetime of fear and uncertainty, the simple act of stargazing with a friend felt miraculous. "Harry," Fleur said eventually, her voice hesitant. "Did my parents explain about us? About why my magic found you?" Harry nodded. "The Veela mate bond thing?" "Yeah, a little. They said it's why your magic activated early, to help me." Fleur looked relieved. "I don't understand it all myself yet." When it happened, it was scary, like being pulled by something I couldn't see or control. She squeezed his hand. But I'm glad it happened. I can't imagine if we hadn't found you. Me neither, Harry admitted quietly. Do you feel different when we're together? Besides the silver glow, I mean. Fleur considered this seriously. I feel calm. Complete, somehow. Like finding something I didn't know was missing. She glanced at him curiously. Do you feel anything? Safe, Harry answered immediately. I feel safe with you. And, like I matter. Like I'm supposed to be here. Fleur smiled, the moonlight catching in her silvery blonde hair. You are supposed to be here, Harry. Magic itself says so. The simplicity of her certainty was profoundly comforting. Harry leaned back and returned his gaze to the stars, allowing himself to believe, just for this moment, that his place in the world was as fixed and eternal as the constellations above. The following week passed in a whirlwind of new experiences as Harry adjusted to life at Delacours Chateau. His medical examination with Healer Moreau had been both enlightening and disturbing. The kindly French wizard had spent nearly 3 hours casting diagnostic spells, administering potions, and documenting Harry's physical condition. Chronic malnutrition, he'd announced grimly to Sebastian and Apollon afterward, unaware that Harry could hear him through the partially open door. Improperly healed fractures in his right arm and 2 ribs. Untreated magical strain from suppressed accidental magic. His eyesight has deteriorated needlessly. A simple potion regimen could have corrected it years ago. The treatment plan had been extensive, nutrient potions with every meal, a bone-strengthening regimen that required painful rebreaking and proper setting of the old injuries, and a specialized vision therapy that would gradually restore his eyesight without the need for glasses. Most surprising to Harry was the healer's insistence on magical exercise to address what he called core stagnation. His magic has been suppressed in that environment, Healer Moreau had explained. Like a muscle that atrophies without use. He needs controlled outlet to rebuild his magical stamina. This had led to daily sessions with Sebastian in what the Delacours called the practice room, a specially warded chamber where Harry learned basic magical theory and performed simple wandless exercises to strengthen his core. Accidental magic comes from the same source as intentional magic, Sebastian explained during their first lesson. The difference is control. What we're doing is teaching you to access that power consciously, even before you have a wand to focus it. The exercises were simple but exhausting, trying to make a feather float, attempting to change the color of water in a glass, focusing on making a small ball roll across a table. Harry managed only minimal success in these first sessions, but Sebastian assured him this was normal. Your magical pathways are like rivers that were dammed, he explained. We're carefully removing the obstacles. Progress will seem slow at first, then accelerate rapidly. Beyond these formal lessons, life at the chateau fell into a pleasant rhythm. Mornings began with breakfast in the sunroom, followed by Harry's potion regimen. Then came academic lessons, reading, writing, mathematics, and introductory magical theory, taught by a tutor named Madame Lefebvre who visited 3 times a week. Afternoons were typically reserved for physical activities, swimming in the chateau's pond, once Harry learned the basics, exploring the grounds with Fleur and Gabrielle, or beginning the promised flying lessons on training brooms. Flying proved to be Harry's natural talent. From his very first attempt, he displayed an intuitive understanding of broom flight that left Sebastian impressed and Fleur grudgingly admiring. You make it look easy, she complained good-naturedly after Harry executed a perfect turn that had taken her months to master. It's not fair. Your father says it's in my blood, Harry replied with a grin, the wind tousling his perpetually messy hair. My dad was some kind of flying prodigy at Hogwarts. Indeed, Sebastian had begun sharing stories of James and Lily Potter whenever appropriate moments arose. He hadn't known them personally but had gathered considerable information from British colleagues who had. Your father was a chaser for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he told Harry one evening as they reviewed a magical photo album Sebastian had procured through contacts at the British Ministry. Later, he became head boy, despite a rather notorious reputation for pranks in his earlier years. The album contained precious few photos of Harry's parents, just enough to confirm that he indeed had his mother's eyes and his father's unruly hair, but it was more tangible connection than he'd ever had before. Harry spent hours poring over the images, watching his parents wave and smile, their figures forever young and vibrant in the magical photographs. Equally significant to Harry's adjustment was the development of his relationship with each member of the Delacour family. Sebastian became a steady paternal presence, firm but fair, always willing to answer questions and offer guidance without judgment. Apollon provided the maternal nurturing Harry had never known, ensuring he ate properly, encouraging his interests, and offering comfort when memories of his past surfaced in nightmares or quiet moments of reflection. Gabrielle adopted Harry immediately as the big brother she'd always wanted, following him around the chateau, teaching him French phrases with comical pronunciation, and including him in her imaginative games. Though they shared no common language at first, they developed a communication system of gestures, expressions, and the few words Harry was rapidly learning. And then there was Fleur. The bond between them continued to manifest in subtle ways beyond the occasional silver glow. They discovered that strong emotions seemed to transmit between them. If one was upset or especially happy, the other would sense it, even from different parts of the chateau. They gravitated toward each other in group settings, often finding themselves side by side without conscious intention. Most notable was the calming effect they had on each other. Harry's nightmares diminished when Fleur read to him before bed, and Fleur's occasional flares of Veela temper, a heritage trait, Apollon explained, subsided more quickly in Harry's presence. Approximately 2 weeks after Harry's arrival, a situation arose that tested the developing bonds of his new family. Sebastian returned from a day at the French ministry looking troubled, his usual diplomatic composure noticeably strained. "Is something wrong?" Apollon asked as they gathered for dinner that evening. Sebastian glanced at the children, clearly weighing whether to discuss the matter in their presence. After a moment's consideration, he sighed. "It's better they know," he decided. "Particularly as it involves them directly." He turned to Harry. "I received a visit from British ministry officials today. It seems Albus Dumbledore is concerned about certain aspects of your care." Harry's stomach dropped. "Is he trying to send me back to the Dursleys?" "No, not at all," Sebastian assured him quickly. "The guardianship transfer is legally binding and well documented. However, he has expressed concerns about your distance from Britain and the protections he believes are necessary." "What kind of protections?" Fleur asked, her expression immediately suspicious. "Blood wards," Apollon surmised, watching her husband's face carefully. "He wants to re-establish them here, doesn't he?" Sebastian nodded grimly. "He's proposed a modified version that would incorporate Harry's residence here while maintaining a magical connection to his mother's bloodline. But that would mean involvement from Petunia Dursley," Apollon said, her normally melodic voice sharpening. "After what they did to him." "A minimal connection," Sebastian clarified. "Dumbledore suggests a symbolic object containing her blood, integrated into our existing wards. No direct contact would be necessary." Harry looked between the adults, trying to understand the implications. "Why does he want this?" "The wards here are strong, aren't they?" "Very strong," Sebastian confirmed. "But blood magic offers unique protections, particularly against those who wish you specific harm. The sacrifice your mother made created a shield that prevented Voldemort from touching you. That protection remains in your blood but is strengthened through connection to your mother's bloodline, your aunt. And Dumbledore believes this is necessary despite everything." Apollon's displeasure was evident. Sebastian spread his hands in a gesture of pragmatic acceptance. "He makes compelling arguments about the continued threat from Voldemort's followers. Several prominent Death Eaters remain at large, including some with considerable resources and influence." Fleur, who had been listening intently, suddenly spoke up. "What about our bond? Doesn't that offer protection too?" The adults exchanged surprised glances. "What do you mean, Sherry?" Apollon asked. In my magical creatures textbook, it said Veela bonds create powerful protective magic, Fleur explained. That's why Veela were sought as allies in the ancient wars. Their bonds with wizards created shields that even the darkest magic couldn't penetrate. Sebastian looked thoughtful. The historical accounts do mention such protections, though they're typically associated with fully manifested bonds between adults. But our bond manifested early, Fleur persisted. It's already strong enough to create the silver light. Couldn't we use that instead of bringing anything from those horrible people into our home? Harry, watching this exchange, felt a surge of gratitude for Fleur's fierce protectiveness. The thought of maintaining any connection to the Dursleys, even a magical one, made his skin crawl. It's an interesting theory, Apollon said slowly, her expression calculating. And potentially a useful counterproposal to Dumbledore's suggestion. Sebastian nodded. I'll consult with experts in magical bonds. If the Veela connection can indeed provide comparable protection, it would be a far more agreeable solution. He turned to Harry. What are your thoughts on this matter, Harry? It concerns you most directly. Harry was momentarily startled by being asked his opinion on such an important decision. The Dursleys had never consulted him on anything, dismissing his views as worthless. I don't want anything from the Dursleys in our home, he said hesitantly, then with growing confidence. If Fleur's right and our bond can protect me instead, I'd much prefer that. Our bond, Fleur corrected with a smile, reaching for his hand under the table. The familiar silver glow pulsed between them, stronger than before. Sebastian observed this with raised eyebrows. The connection does appear to be strengthening. Perhaps there's merit to this approach after all. He nodded decisively. I'll inform Dumbledore that we're exploring alternative protective measures based on the Veela bond. That should buy us time to research the possibility properly. And if it proves insufficient? Apollon asked quietly. Then we'll reconsider his proposal, Sebastian conceded. Harry's safety must remain our priority, however distasteful we find the means. Later that evening, as Harry and Fleur sat in the chateau's library researching Veela bonds in dusty tomes, Harry broached the subject that had been weighing on him since dinner. Do you really think our bond could be strong enough to protect against dark wizards? Fleur looked up from an ancient text written in what appeared to be medieval French. I believe so. The signs are all there, the silver light, the emotional connection, the way we found each other across such distance. She hesitated. But even if it's not enough yet, it will be. We just need to understand it better, to learn how to use it. Harry nodded, turning a page in his own book, a somewhat more accessible English translation of a Veela cultural history. There's not much written about bonds with children our age. Because it rarely happens, Fleur agreed. But that doesn't mean it's weaker, just different. She reached across the table and took his hand, the silver glow immediately illuminating their joined fingers. Feel that? That's powerful magic, Harry. Magic that recognized you across countries, that broke through whatever was blocking my heritage until I found you. I don't think we need the Dursleys' blood to keep you safe. The absolute conviction in her voice was reassuring. For all his life, Harry had been told he was worthless, unwanted, a burden. Now, in this grand library filled with magical knowledge, a girl with extraordinary powers was telling him that magic itself had recognized something special in him, something worth protecting, worth crossing borders to find. I hope you're right, he said softly, squeezing her hand. I never want to have anything to do with the Dursleys again. Fleur's expression hardened with determination. You won't have to. I promise. The question of Harry's magical protection became moot 3 days later when Sebastian returned from the ministry with a triumphant smile. He gathered the family in the study to share his findings. The Department of Magical Bonds at the French Ministry has confirmed our theory, he announced. The premature manifestation of a Veela mate bond creates a unique protective enchantment that functions similarly to blood wards, but with distinct advantages. What kind of advantages? Harry asked eagerly. Sebastian unrolled a parchment covered with magical diagrams. Blood wards are stationary, tied to a specific location where the blood relative resides. This Veela bond protection moves with you, creating what the experts call a sympathetic shield. Apollon examined the diagrams with interest. So the protection follows Harry wherever he goes? That would be significantly more useful than location-bound wards. Precisely, Sebastian nodded. Furthermore, while blood wards weaken with distance and time, this bond appears to strengthen as the connection develops naturally. He pointed to a pulsing light in the center of the diagram. This represents the current state of Harry and Fleur's bond. Already, it generates a protective field that would repel most magical attacks intended to cause harm. Most? Apollon questioned, ever attentive to qualifications. The strongest dark curses could still penetrate, Sebastian admitted. But that would be true of blood wards as well. The important difference is that this protection will grow organically as Harry and Fleur's magic matures, whereas blood wards would gradually deteriorate now that Harry no longer resides with Petunia. Fleur looked triumphant. I knew it. So we don't need anything from the Dursleys after all. No, Sebastian confirmed with a smile. I've already communicated these findings to Dumbledore. He was surprised, but after consulting his own experts, he's agreed that this protection may indeed be superior to his original proposal. Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. So it's settled. I can stay here without any connection to them. Completely settled, Sebastian assured him. In fact, Dumbledore seemed quite intrigued by the development. Apparently, this type of protective bond is exceedingly rare, even in magical history. He's requested permission to study it further, from a respectful distance of course. Apollon looked skeptical. And you agreed to this scrutiny? Within strict parameters, Sebastian clarified. No direct testing of the bond, no interference with its natural development, and any findings to be shared with us first. I believe having Dumbledore's interest aligned with protecting this bond will ultimately benefit Harry's position in the British wizarding world. Harry glanced at Fleur, who seemed simultaneously proud that their bond had proven valuable and wary of the headmaster's interest. Will we have to do anything special to make the protection work? According to the experts, simply maintaining your natural friendship is sufficient, Sebastian explained. The bond grows through proximity, shared experiences, and mutual trust. All things that would develop naturally between friends. That sounds easy enough, Harry said with relief. There is one additional matter, Sebastian added, his expression growing more serious. The ministry experts were quite interested in the precocious nature of this bond. They've requested an opportunity to document it more formally for their records, as it represents a significant magical anomaly. Document how? Apollon asked sharply. Simple observational magic, Sebastian assured her. Non-invasive monitoring spells, perhaps a controlled demonstration of the bond's visible manifestations. Nothing that would harm or stress either child. Apollon still looked doubtful. And the purpose of this documentation? Academic primarily, Sebastian replied. But also practical. If we better understand the nature of this bond, we can better protect it, and them. He glanced meaningfully at the children. The connection between Harry and Fleur is extraordinary. That makes it both precious and potentially vulnerable to those who might seek to exploit it. Like who? Harry asked, a flicker of his old fear returning. No one specific, Sebastian said quickly. But it's wise to consider that knowledge is protection. The more we understand about this bond, the better equipped we are to ensure its healthy development. Fleur, who had been listening intently, suddenly straightened with a determined expression. I think we should do it, she declared. If it helps protect Harry and proves to Dumbledore that we don't need the Dursleys, then it's worth it. Harry nodded in agreement, though the prospect of being studied like some rare magical specimen made him uncomfortable. When would this happen? Next week, Sebastian said. A specialist from the Department of Magical Bonds would visit for an afternoon. The testing would be conducted here, in familiar surroundings, with Apollon and me present throughout. Will it hurt? Harry couldn't help asking, old instincts dying hard. Not at all, Sebastian promised. At most, you might feel a slight tingling as the monitoring spells assess your magical signatures. Most of the time, you'll simply be asked to perform normal activities together while the magic is observed. Harry looked to Fleur, who gave him an encouraging nod. Okay, he agreed finally. If it helps protect the bond, I'll do it. Sebastian smiled approvingly. Excellent. I'll make the arrangements. He rolled up the parchment with the magical diagrams. Now, I believe Madame Lefebvre is waiting in the library for your history lesson. As the children departed for their studies, Apollon turned to her husband with a searching look. You didn't mention Dumbledore's reaction to the bond specialist's visit. Sebastian's diplomatic mask slipped slightly, revealing a flash of satisfaction. He requested permission to attend. I declined, citing potential interference with the bond's natural state due to his complicated history with Harry. Apollon's lips curved in a smile that contained a hint of Veela ferocity. Good. The less influence that man has over Harry's development, the better. I still don't trust his motives. Nor do I, entirely, Sebastian admitted. But he remains a powerful figure in magical Britain, and Harry will eventually need to navigate that world. Better to maintain cordial relations while establishing clear boundaries. And the bond documentation? Is it truly necessary? Sebastian's expression grew more serious. I believe so. What exists between them is rare and potentially powerful. Understanding it better serves both their interests and ours. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. There's also the matter of Harry's unusual survival of the killing curse. The experts have suggested there may be a connection between that unexplained event and the premature activation of the Veela bond. Apollon's eyebrows rose. What kind of connection? They're not certain yet, Sebastian admitted. But they theorize that whatever magic protected Harry as an infant may have created a unique magical signature that resonated with Fleur's emerging Veela heritage. A sort of harmonic convergence of protective magics. And if they prove this theory? Then we gain valuable insight into both Harry's mysterious survival and the nature of the bond protecting him now. Sebastian rested a hand on his wife's shoulder. Knowledge is power, my love. The more we understand, the better we can protect them both. Apollon covered his hand with her own. Very well. But I will be watching this specialist like a hawk. If I sense any threat to either child's well-being. You have my full support to end the session immediately, Sebastian assured her. Our family comes first, always. The bond specialist, Madame Tessier, arrived the following Tuesday afternoon. She proved to be a brisk, no-nonsense witch in her 50s with steel-gray hair pulled into a tight bun and intelligent eyes that missed nothing. After introductions in the main sitting room, she got straight to business. I understand we have an unprecedented early manifestation of a Veela mate bond, she said, setting out various silver instruments on a table. Most remarkable, particularly given the ages and circumstances involved. She peered at Harry and Fleur with professional interest. Have you experienced any discomfort from the bond? Headaches, magical fatigue, emotional distress. Both children shook their heads. Good, good, Madame Tessier murmured, making notes on a parchment. Now, I'd like to observe the visible manifestation first. Could you demonstrate the silver glow you've reported? Harry and Fleur exchanged glances, then joined hands. The now familiar silver light appeared immediately, pulsing gently around their clasped fingers. Fascinating, the specialist breathed, holding up one of her silver instruments, a kind of magnifying glass with rotating rings. The luminescence has harmonic patterns consistent with mature bonds, yet the intensity suggests it's still developing. She made more notes. How far can you separate before the connection fades? They tested this by walking in opposite directions while maintaining hand contact. The silver glow dimmed noticeably at about 20 feet but didn't disappear entirely. Remarkable range for such a young bond, Madame Tessier commented. Now, can you sense each other's emotions? Many established bonds develop empathic resonance. Fleur nodded. When Harry has nightmares, I often wake up feeling afraid. And when I was angry last week because Gabrielle broke my favorite quill, Harry came to find me before anyone told him I was upset. I just knew she needed me, Harry added with a shrug. Madame Tessier's eyebrows shot up. Emotional transference already? Most extraordinary. She adjusted one of her instruments, which emitted a soft humming sound. I'm going to cast a simple diagnostic charm now. You may feel a gentle tingling, but there will be no discomfort. The spell felt like a warm breeze passing over Harry's skin. The silver glow around their joined hands briefly intensified, then settled back to its usual luminescence. Yes, the specialist murmured, studying the readings. Clear harmonic resonance between your magical cores. Mr. Potter's signature is particularly unusual. I detect traces of very ancient protective magic intertwined with his native abilities. My mother's sacrifice? Harry asked. Most likely, though there appear to be additional layers. She turned to Fleur. And your Veela heritage shows remarkable adaptation, responding to and amplifying those protective elements. She set down her instrument. Now, I'd like to test the protective aspects directly, with your guardian's permission. Sebastian and Apollon exchanged concerned glances. What would that involve? Apollon asked cautiously. A minor hex, nothing harmful, Madame Tessier assured them. A simple stinging hex aimed at Mr. Potter, while Miss Delacour is in physical contact with him. The bond should intercept and neutralize the spell if it's functioning as theorized. Harry felt Fleur's hand tighten around his. It won't hurt him, she asked, her voice taking on a protective edge. If the bond works as expected, he won't feel anything beyond perhaps a warming sensation, the specialist explained. If for any reason the protection fails, a stinging hex causes only momentary discomfort, less than a bee sting. Sebastian looked to Harry. It's your decision, Harry. We can stop the testing at any point if you wish. Harry considered his options. His experiences with the Dursleys had left him wary of pain, but his curiosity about the bond, and its potential to keep him safe from the dark wizard Sebastian had mentioned, outweighed his apprehension. It's okay, he decided. I want to know if it really works. Madame Tessier nodded approvingly. Brave lad. Now, stand together please, maintaining physical contact. Harry and Fleur stood side by side, their hands firmly clasped. The silver glow intensified slightly, as if responding to their shared tension. On the count of 3, the specialist said, drawing her wand. 1, 2, 3, Aculeus. A jet of red light shot from her wand directly at Harry's chest. Before it made contact, however, the silver glow surrounding their joined hands flared brilliantly, extending outward to form a translucent shield. The hex struck this barrier and dissipated in a shower of harmless sparks. Did you feel anything? Madame Tessier asked eagerly. Just warmth, Harry replied, amazed by what he'd just witnessed. Like standing near a fire, but all over. Excellent. The specialist made rapid notes. A perfect demonstration of sympathetic shielding. The bond correctly identified the hostile intent and neutralized it before contact. She turned to Fleur. And you, Miss Delacour? Any sensations? A pulling feeling, Fleur described, like something drawing magic from inside me, but it didn't hurt. It felt right. The bond is utilizing both your magical reserves, Madame Tessier explained. Drawing predominantly from Miss Delacour's Veela heritage to create the protective field, while anchoring to Mr. Potter's innate magical defenses. She turned to Sebastian and Apollon. This is extraordinarily promising. The protection already exceeds typical blood ward defenses in responsiveness, though perhaps not yet in absolute strength. And as they grow, Sebastian asked. If the bond continues to develop naturally, I would expect the protection to increase exponentially, Madame Tessier replied. By the time they reach magical maturity, the shield could potentially repel even the most powerful dark curses. Apollon looked thoughtful. Including the unforgivables. The specialist hesitated. Theoretically possible, though unprecedented. The killing curse in particular is designed to bypass magical defenses. She glanced at Harry. Though Mr. Potter has already demonstrated that such bypassing is not absolute. Harry unconsciously touched the lightning scar on his forehead. So this bond could protect me like my mother's sacrifice did. The mechanisms appear related, Madame Tessier confirmed. Both involve selfless magical protection rooted in deep connection. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful but static defense. This bond offers an evolving, adaptive shield that grows with you. She began packing away her instruments. I would like to conduct follow-up assessments periodically, perhaps annually, to document the bond's development. Such a case study would be invaluable to our understanding of protective magic. Sebastian nodded. We can discuss arrangements for future evaluations. For now, what recommendations do you have for fostering the bond's healthy development? Nothing extraordinary, the specialist assured him. Regular proximity, shared magical experiences, education about Veela heritage for both children. The bond will develop naturally through their friendship. She paused, then added, I would caution against any attempt to artificially accelerate the connection. Such bonds must mature at their own pace to maintain stability. And regarding Albus Dumbledore's concerns about blood protection? Apollon asked directly. Madame Tessier packed her final instrument with a decisive snap. Based on today's observations, I can state with professional certainty that this bond provides equal if not superior protection to the blood wards he proposed. Furthermore, its mobile nature offers significant advantages for a child who will eventually need to attend school and move through the wizarding world. The relief on Harry's face was evident. So I definitely don't need anything from the Dursleys. Not for protective purposes, the specialist confirmed. This bond is more than sufficient. After Madame Tessier's departure, Sebastian presented her official findings to Harry and Fleur with evident satisfaction. She'll be submitting a comprehensive report to both ministries, with a copy for Dumbledore. Her professional opinion carries significant weight. She's considered the foremost expert on magical bonds in Europe. So it's really settled now? Harry asked, still hardly daring to believe it. Completely, Sebastian assured him. You are officially under the protection of the Delacours family and the Veela bond. No further connection to the Dursleys is necessary or desirable. Harry felt a weight he hadn't realized he was still carrying lift from his shoulders. The last tenuous thread connecting him to his miserable past had been severed. He turned to Fleur with a smile of pure gratitude. Thank you, he said simply. Fleur looked confused. For what? I didn't do anything special. Your magic found me, Harry reminded her. And now it's protecting me better than anything else could. You saved me in every way possible. Fleur blushed, the silvery glow momentarily flickering around her hands even though they weren't touching. It's the bond that did that, not me. The bond is part of you, Apollon corrected gently. Your Veela heritage recognized something special in Harry, something worth finding, worth protecting. Never diminish that gift, ma chérie. Fleur nodded, though she still looked embarrassed by the praise. I'm just glad you're safe now, Harry. That's all that matters. Later that evening, as Harry prepared for bed, a soft knock came at his door. He opened it to find Sebastian standing there, a small wooden box in his hands. I thought you might like to have this, the man said, entering when Harry stepped aside. It arrived today from Britain. Harry accepted the box curiously. It was made of polished mahogany with the Potter family crest, a shield featuring a stag, inlaid in silver on the lid. What is it? Open it, Sebastian encouraged. Inside, nestled in velvet, lay a golden key much larger and more ornate than the small key Petunia had given him. Beside it was a sealed parchment envelope bearing his name in emerald ink. "The key is for your family vault at Gringotts," Sebastian explained. "Not the trust vault we visited before, but the main Potter family vault. You won't have full access until you're 17, but this signifies your acknowledged status as heir to the Potter legacy." "And the letter?" Harry asked, carefully lifting the sealed envelope. "From Dumbledore," Sebastian said, his expression neutral. "He sent it along with the key, which was in his keeping as your magical guardian." Harry broke the seal, a stylized D in purple wax, and unfolded the parchment inside. The handwriting was elegant and flowing. "Dear Harry, please accept my sincere apologies for the grave error in judgment that led to your placement with the Dursley family. While my intentions were for your protection, I failed to ensure your well-being in other crucial aspects. The enclosed key belongs to the main Potter family vault, which contains not only gold but heirlooms, documents, and personal effects of your parents that were recovered after that terrible night in Godric's Hollow. As your magical guardian, I have held it in trust until now, but I believe it is right that you should have it, even before you can access the vault's contents. The discovery of your bond with Miss Delacour is extraordinary, a rare magical blessing that offers you protection I had not foreseen. I am humbled by this reminder that magic often finds its own path, one wiser than the machinations of even well-intentioned wizards. Know that despite my mistakes, I remain dedicated to your safety and happiness. When you are older, there are matters of great importance we must discuss regarding your parents and the events surrounding their deaths. Until then, I wish you joy in your new home and family. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore." Harry read the letter twice before carefully folding it and returning it to the box. "He sounds different. Less controlling." Sebastian nodded thoughtfully. "I believe Madame Tessier's findings genuinely surprised him. Dumbledore is accustomed to being the wisest person in any room, the one with all the answers. This situation has forced him to reconsider some of his assumptions." "Is that good?" Harry asked, closing the box and setting it carefully on his bedside table. "I believe so," Sebastian replied. "Dumbledore is a powerful ally when his goals align with yours. His acknowledgement of the bond's significance suggests he's accepted your place with our family, at least for now." Harry considered this. "Do you think he'll try to control things when I'm older? When it's time for me to go to school?" "Almost certainly," Sebastian said frankly. "He has plans within plans, and I suspect you figure prominently in them. But," he smiled reassuringly, "you'll be far better prepared to deal with those manipulations than you would have been without us. Knowledge, confidence, and family support make all the difference when navigating complex political waters." Harry nodded, appreciating Sebastian's honesty. The Dursleys had never explained anything to him, treating him as too insignificant to merit real information. The Delacours consistently treated him as capable of understanding the truth, even when it was complicated. "Thank you," he said suddenly. "For everything. For taking me in, for fighting for me, for teaching me." Sebastian's expression softened. "You are very welcome, Harry. Though in truth, we've gained as much as we've given. You've brought a new dimension to our family, one we didn't realize was missing until you arrived." He placed a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, then moved toward the door. "Get some rest now. Tomorrow, we begin your introduction to wizarding politics. If Dumbledore intends to involve you in his plans eventually, we'd best ensure you understand the game board." After Sebastian left, Harry opened the wooden box again, running his fingers over the Potter family crest. For most of his life, he had known nothing of his heritage, not even his parents' names. Now he had a key to his family's legacy, a connection to his past that the Dursleys had tried to deny him. More importantly, he had a future, one filled with magic, education, and a family who valued him. Whatever plans Dumbledore might have, whatever dangers might lurk from his past, Harry knew he would face them from a position of strength, not isolation and ignorance. As he drifted toward sleep, the silver glow of the Veela bond seemed to flicker at the edges of his consciousness, a constant reminder that he was protected, connected, and, for the first time in his memory, truly home. The months that followed saw Harry flourishing under the Delacours' care. The nutrient potions and proper diet gradually corrected years of malnutrition, adding inches to his height and healthy weight to his formerly scrawny frame. Healer Moreau's vision therapy progressed so well that by winter, Harry only needed his glasses for reading and detailed work. His magical training with Sebastian advanced steadily, moving from simple core strengthening exercises to actual wandless cantrips, minor spells that required minimal focus. By his 9th birthday in July, Harry could light candles, float small objects, and summon items from across a room without a wand, though such feats still left him magically exhausted. "Remarkable progress," Sebastian commented after Harry successfully lit all 12 candles on his birthday cake with a gesture. "Most wizard children your age couldn't manage a single wandless spell, let alone controlled multiple castings. Is it because of the bond?" Harry asked, having noticed that his magical abilities seemed strongest when Fleur was nearby. Sebastian considered this thoughtfully. "Partially, perhaps. The bond does appear to harmonize your magical signatures. But I suspect there's more to it. Your core is unusually powerful, Harry. Once freed from the suppression it suffered at the Dursleys, your natural abilities are simply manifesting as they should have all along." The birthday celebration itself was another new experience for Harry. The Dursleys had never acknowledged his birthday, making the Delacours' elaborate preparations all the more meaningful. The entire family participated in decorating the chateau's garden pavilion with magical streamers that changed colors and sparkled in the summer sunlight. A pile of presents awaited him, books on Quidditch and magical history, a beginner's potions kit, clothing in the finest materials, and a training snitch for flying practice. Most touching was Fleur's gift, a handcrafted photo album she had spent weeks assembling, containing magical photographs of his first months with the Delacours. Page after page showed Harry flying his training broom, swimming in the pond, reading in the library, or simply laughing with his new family. It was tangible proof of his new life, evidence that the happy memories weren't just dreams that might evaporate. "So you never forget that you belong here," Fleur said softly as he turned the pages with misty eyes. The bond between them continued to develop in subtle ways. They discovered they could sense each other's locations within the estate, a useful ability when playing hide-and-seek with Gabrielle. Their emotional connection deepened too. Harry found he could distinguish between Fleur's excitement, anxiety, and contentment without visual cues, while she demonstrated an uncanny ability to anticipate his nightmares, often appearing at his bedroom door with hot chocolate precisely when he woke from them. Sebastian and Apollon monitored these developments with a mixture of scientific interest and parental concern. True to her word, Madame Tessier returned for quarterly evaluations of the bond's progress, each time expressing amazement at its accelerating development. "Most extraordinary," she remarked during her December visit. "The bond is maturing at roughly twice the expected rate, yet maintaining perfect stability. The protective aspects in particular are remarkably robust." Indeed, the protective shield that had deflected the specialist's test hex now manifested automatically whenever Harry felt threatened. A startling demonstration occurred during a flying lesson when a tree branch snapped unexpectedly above him. Before anyone could react, the silver shield flared into existence, deflecting the falling branch completely. "I didn't even think about it," Fleur explained afterward. "I just felt a spike of fear from Harry, and the magic responded instantly." Beyond magical development, Harry's education encompassed a wide range of subjects designed to prepare him for eventual entry into wizarding society. Sebastian began introducing basic political concepts, explaining the structures of both British and French magical governments, the key families and factions, and the historical tensions between various magical communities. "Knowledge is power," he reminded Harry often. "Particularly for someone in your position." Apollon focused on cultural education, magical customs and traditions, proper etiquette for formal occasions, and the nuanced history of relations between magical beings. Her quarter Veela heritage gave her unique insight into the marginalization that many magical creatures faced, and she ensured that Harry understood these complexities. The wizarding world can be as prejudiced as the Muggle one, she explained during one lesson. Perhaps more so, as magical beings have had centuries to entrench their biases. Understanding these dynamics will help you navigate them successfully. Language study became another priority. Harry applied himself diligently to learning French, motivated by his desire to communicate directly with Gabrielle and to understand the conversations around him. By spring, he could follow most discussions and respond in simple but functional French, though he still struggled with the language's more complex grammatical structures. Perhaps most significant was Harry's emotional healing. The nightmares that had plagued him during his first months gradually diminished in both frequency and intensity. His instinctive flinch when adults moved too quickly near him faded. He learned to express his needs and opinions without fear of punishment, to accept compliments without disbelief, and to trust that promises made to him would be kept. "The changes in you are remarkable," Healer Moreau observed during a routine checkup in early spring. "Not just physically, but magically and emotionally as well. Your magical core has stabilized beautifully, and your psychological resilience has improved tremendously." Not everything was smooth sailing, however. As Harry grew more comfortable and secure, he occasionally tested boundaries in ways typical of any 9-year-old. His first serious clash with Sebastian came over a restriction on flying alone beyond the immediate gardens, a safety rule Harry found frustrating as his skills improved. "It's not fair," he argued one afternoon, face flushed with rare anger. "I'm a good flyer, everyone says so. Why can't I go to the far meadow by myself?" "Because the protective wards are weakest at the property boundaries," Sebastian explained patiently. "And because even excellent young flyers can have accidents." "You don't trust me," Harry accused, old insecurities momentarily resurfacing. "You think I'll mess up?" Sebastian's expression remained calm but firm. "This isn't about trust, Harry. It's about safety. The rule applies to Fleur as well, remember, and she's been flying for years." "But, this isn't negotiable," Sebastian said, his tone final. "When you're older, we can revisit the boundaries. Until then, flying beyond the gardens requires an adult or Fleur's accompaniment." Harry stormed off to his room, slamming the door with uncharacteristic force. He half expected punishment for his outburst. Shouting at Uncle Vernon would have earned him days in the cupboard without food, but none came. Instead, Sebastian knocked on his door an hour later. "May I come in?" Harry, still sullenly sitting on his bed, muttered an affirmative. Sebastian entered and sat beside him, maintaining a respectful distance. "I understand you're frustrated," he began. "It's natural to want more independence as you grow more capable." Harry stared at his hands. "Are you angry at me? For disagreeing with me?" "No. For slamming the door." "A little," Sebastian admitted with a slight smile. "But I'm not here to punish you, Harry. I'm here to make sure you understand why the rule exists." He proceeded to explain in detail the protective enchantments around the estate, showing Harry a magical map of where the wards were strongest and weakest. He outlined specific concerns about magical poachers who sometimes hunted in the adjacent forest and the theoretical possibility, however remote, of someone seeking to harm the boy who lived. "Our rules aren't arbitrary," Sebastian concluded. "They're based on specific concerns for your safety. When those concerns change, or when you're old enough to manage certain risks yourself, the rules will adapt accordingly." The rational explanation, delivered without condescension, diffused Harry's anger. More importantly, Sebastian's calm response to his outburst reinforced the fundamental security of his position in the family. Disagreement didn't mean rejection, anger didn't result in abandonment or abuse. Such lessons in emotional safety proved as valuable as any magical training. By the time Harry had been with the Delacours for a full year, he had developed a quiet confidence that transformed him from the frightened, withdrawn child they had rescued into a thoughtful, enthusiastic boy with a quick smile and eager mind. The anniversary of his arrival was marked by a special dinner, where Apollon raised a toast. "To found family," she said warmly, "and to the magic that brings together those who belong together." As glasses clinked and the silver glow briefly illuminated his and Fleur's hands beneath the table, Harry reflected on how completely his life had changed in just 12 months. From a cupboard to a chateau, from starvation to nourishment, from isolation to belonging, the transformation seemed too miraculous to be real sometimes. Yet each morning, he woke to the same beautiful room, the same caring family, and the same sense of security. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Dumbledore's mysterious plans, his eventual return to British Wizarding Society, the expectations that would come with being the boy who lived, he would face them from a foundation of love, knowledge, and confidence that once would have seemed as fantastical as magic itself. That night, as a summer storm rolled across the Provençal countryside, Harry stood at his bedroom window watching lightning illuminate the lavender fields. Thunder boomed, but unlike the frightened child who had once huddled in a cupboard during storms, he observed the natural display with appreciation for its wild beauty. A soft knock at his door revealed Fleur, her silvery hair glowing faintly in the darkened hallway. "Couldn't sleep either?" she asked. Harry shook his head. "Just watching the storm. It's beautiful from up here." She joined him at the window, and together they watched lightning dance across the distant mountains. The bond hummed contentedly between them, a silver thread connecting their separate thoughts into a shared moment of peaceful contemplation. "Happy anniversary," Fleur said softly. "1 year since you came home." Home. The word still carried a special weight for Harry, a significance beyond its simple syllable. Home wasn't just a place, it was people, feelings, belonging. It was the right to exist without apology, to take up space, to be seen and heard. "Best year of my life," he replied simply. As if in response, a particularly spectacular bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a crash of thunder that rattled the windows. They both laughed at the dramatic timing. "Even nature is celebrating," Fleur teased. They stayed at the window until the storm passed, leaving behind the fresh scent of rain and washed earth. Neither felt the need to fill the comfortable silence with words, their connection speaking volumes in its quietude. When Fleur finally returned to her room with a whispered "Bonne nuit, Harry," he climbed back into bed with a sense of profound contentment. Whatever the future held, he had found his place in the world, not just as the boy who lived, but as Harry, a boy who was loved for himself alone. The silver thread of the Veela bond pulsed once more in the darkness, a gentle reminder that some connections transcended ordinary understanding. Magic had recognized what he needed before he knew himself, reaching across countries to find the family that would save him in every way that mattered. As sleep claimed him, Harry's last thought was one of simple gratitude for the extraordinary sequence of events that had transformed his life. A precocious Veela bond, a diplomatic mission, a family brave enough to intervene, coincidence or destiny, the result was the same. He was home. He was safe. He belonged. And that made all the difference. Chapter 3, Two Paths. 3 years had passed since Harry Potter first stepped through the doors of Delacours Chateau, and those years had transformed him in ways that went beyond physical growth. At 11, he stood tall for his age, the years of proper nutrition having erased all traces of the malnourished child rescued from Privet Drive. His wild black hair still defied any attempts at taming, but it now framed a face filled with confidence and quiet intelligence. The lightning scar remained, though it had faded somewhat with time, becoming less a brand and more a simple mark of his extraordinary past. Most significant, however, was the transformation that couldn't be seen, the inner strength that had blossomed under the Delacours' care. The frightened boy in oversized clothes had become a poised young wizard with a quick mind, impressive magical control, and a deep understanding of both his heritage and his unique position in the wizarding world. On this particular July morning, Harry sat cross-legged on the floor of his bedroom, surrounded by two very different sets of documents. To his left lay the Hogwarts acceptance letter, delivered by Owl just yesterday, along with a supply list, train ticket for the Hogwarts Express, and several informational pamphlets about Britain's premier magical school. To his right sat a similar collection from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, the elegant blue parchment adorned with golden fleurs-de-lis contrasting starkly with Hogwarts' more utilitarian stationery. "Still deliberating?" Fleur asked from the doorway, leaning against the frame with casual grace. At 14, Fleur had grown into her Veela heritage with striking results. Already tall for her age, she carried herself with natural elegance that turned heads whenever they ventured into magical communities. Her silvery blonde hair cascaded down her back in a silken wave, and her features had sharpened into the ethereal beauty characteristic of her maternal lineage. Only her eyes remained unchanged, the same warm blue that had first looked upon Harry with such fierce protectiveness 3 years ago. "I'm trying to make a list of pros and cons," Harry replied, gesturing to a parchment filled with his neat handwriting. "But it's not helping much." Fleur crossed the room and settled beside him, studying his notes. "You've been very thorough," she observed. "Academic strengths, historical considerations, practical logistics." She raised an eyebrow. "Nothing about what you actually want, though." Harry sighed, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. "That's the problem. I want both." The dilemma had been weighing on him since his 11th birthday earlier that week, when both acceptance letters had arrived. The choice between attending Hogwarts, his parents' school, his British heritage, and Beauxbatons, where Fleur studied, closer to his adoptive family, seemed impossible to resolve through logical analysis alone. "What does your heart tell you?" Fleur asked softly. "My heart is confused," Harry admitted with a rueful smile. "Part of me wants to go to Hogwarts, to walk the same halls my parents did, to connect with that part of my history." He gestured toward the Hogwarts letter. "But another part wants to stay close to you and the family, to keep what we've built here." What remained unspoken, but understood between them, was the matter of their bond. In the 3 years since Madame Tessier's initial assessment, the Veela connection had continued to strengthen and evolve. The silver glow now manifested without physical contact when their emotions ran high, and their empathic awareness of each other had developed to the point where they could sense general emotional states even from different parts of the chateau. What would happen if they were separated by the English Channel was a question neither had dared to fully articulate. "The bond doesn't have to be a deciding factor," Fleur said, seeming to read his thoughts. "Madame Tessier's last assessment indicated it stabilized enough to maintain connection at a distance." "I know," Harry nodded. "But it's not just the bond. It's—" He struggled to find the right words. "You found me, Fleur. You and your family saved me. Choosing Hogwarts feels a little like I'm choosing to leave that behind." Fleur's expression softened. "Oh, Harry. You could never leave it behind. You're a Delacour now, no matter where you study." She reached for his hand, and the familiar silver glow illuminated their joined fingers. "Besides, there are magical mirrors for communication, port keys for holidays, and I'm certain Maman and Papa would arrange visits if the separation became difficult." "What would you do, if it were you?" Harry asked. Fleur considered this seriously. "If I had parents who'd sacrificed themselves for me, a heritage connected to a specific place, and a chance to understand that part of myself better." She squeezed his hand. "I think I would go. Especially knowing I had a loving family supporting my journey." Before Harry could respond, another voice joined the conversation from the doorway. "The decision is significant, but not irrevocable." Sebastian Delacour stood there, looking as distinguished as ever in his diplomatic robes. After 3 years as Harry's guardian, he had become a true father figure, wise, patient, and unfailingly supportive. "What do you mean?" Harry asked. Sebastian entered the room and sat in the armchair near the window. "Transfer between magical schools is uncommon but not impossible. If you choose Hogwarts and find it unsuitable, arrangements could be made for you to join Beauxbatons the following year." He gestured toward the documents. "The reverse is also true, though the adjustment might be more challenging due to curricular differences." "So I could try Hogwarts without committing forever?" Harry clarified, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. "Precisely," Sebastian confirmed. "Think of it as an exploratory year. A chance to connect with your British heritage while knowing that your French family remains a constant in your life." Harry glanced between the Hogwarts letter and Fleur's encouraging smile. When you put it that way, it does make the decision easier. There's something else to consider, Sebastian added, his tone becoming more serious. Your eventual return to British Wizarding Society has always been anticipated. As the last Potter, you will have responsibilities and interests in Britain that cannot be managed entirely from abroad. Beginning those connections now, under the protection of Hogwarts and with our family's support, may be wiser than delaying until adulthood. This was true, Harry knew. Over the past 3 years, Sebastian had carefully educated him about the Potter family's historical significance, their Wisingamote seat, currently held in trust, and the political implications of his status as the boy who lived. These were responsibilities he couldn't escape, only prepare for. What about the bond? Harry asked, voicing the concern that still lingered. Will the distance affect its protection? According to Madame Tessier's latest assessment, the protective aspects have stabilized sufficiently to function across distances, Sebastian assured him. The emotional connection may attenuate somewhat, but the core protection remains intact. Fleur nodded in agreement. We might not sense each other's feelings as clearly, but the shield will still activate if you're in danger. Harry absorbed this information, feeling his path become clearer. I think I want to try Hogwarts, he said finally. At least for my first year. To know that part of myself better, to understand where I came from. Sebastian's expression remained neutral, though his eyes conveyed approval. A thoughtful choice. We will, of course, support you fully. And I'll write constantly, Fleur promised. We can coordinate mirror calls for weekends, and you'll be home for holidays. It's settled then, Harry said with growing conviction. I'm going to Hogwarts. The decision made, preparations for Harry's departure accelerated rapidly. Apollon organized an expedition to Diagon Alley for school supplies, insisting on accompanying Harry herself rather than sending him with a British Ministry escort as Dumbledore had suggested. You are our son in all but blood, she declared firmly. We will see you properly equipped for school as any family would. Their visit to the Wizarding shopping district created quite a stir. The boy who lived, unseen in Britain for 3 years, arriving with the elegantly beautiful wife of France's Deputy Minister of International Magical Cooperation, drew attention wherever they went. Whispers followed them from Gringotts to Flourish and Blots, growing particularly intense when Harry conversed fluently in French with Apollon while selecting his schoolbooks. It appears your return to British society is causing quite the sensation, Apollon observed dryly as they escaped the crowded bookshop. Are you comfortable with the attention? Harry shrugged, maintaining the poised demeanor Sebastian had helped him cultivate for public appearances. It's to be expected. Sebastian said people would be curious about where I've been. Indeed, Apollon agreed. Though curiosity should not override courtesy. The most significant stop of their shopping expedition was Ollivander's, where Harry would finally receive his own wand. Despite his impressive progress with wandless magic under Sebastian's tutelage, a proper wand was essential for formal magical education. The ancient wandmaker greeted them with unsettling silver eyes that seemed to look through rather than at them. Ah, Mr. Potter. I wondered when I would be seeing you. His gaze shifted to Apollon. And Madame Delacours. Cedar with Veela hair core, 13 inches, quite flexible, if I recall correctly. Your memory is impressive, Mr. Ollivander, Apollon acknowledged. Though my wand was crafted by Gregorovitch, not yourself. Of course, the wand maker nodded. Continental wandcraft has its own noble traditions. His attention returned to Harry. Now, Mr. Potter, let us find your match. Your parents were quite particular about their wands, or rather, their wands were particular about them. What followed was nearly 40 minutes of increasing anticipation as Harry tried wand after wand, none producing the perfect match Ollivander sought. The pile of rejected wands grew, while the wand maker became increasingly excited. Tricky customer, excellent, he declared, disappearing into the depths of his shop yet again. Perhaps, yes, why not, unusual combination, but then. He returned with a dusty box, handling it with particular reverence. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The moment Harry's fingers closed around the wand, he knew this was different. Warmth spread up his arm, and a stream of red and gold sparks shot from the tip, dancing around the shop like celebratory fireworks. The silver glow of the Veela bond briefly shimmered around his free hand before fading. Curious, Ollivander murmured, watching the display with intense fascination. Most curious indeed. What's curious? Harry asked, still marveling at the perfect rightness of the wand in his hand. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. A chill ran down Harry's spine despite the summer heat. Voldemort's wand. Apollin's hand came to rest protectively on his shoulder as Ollivander nodded solemnly. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Greatness comes in many forms, Mr. Ollivander, Apollin interjected smoothly. And is measured by more than power alone. The wand-maker bowed slightly. Indeed, madam. Wisdom from the continent. As they left the shop, Harry turned the wand over in his hands, feeling both connection and unease. Why would I have the brother wand to Voldemort's? Magic works in mysterious ways, Apollin replied thoughtfully. But remember what Sebastian has taught you, similarities need not determine destiny. You possess certain talents in common with Voldemort, perhaps, but how you use them is entirely your choice. Their final stop was Elop's Owl Emporium, where Apollin insisted on purchasing a snowy owl as an early birthday present. For staying in touch with the family, she explained as the beautiful bird regarded Harry with intelligent amber eyes. She'll carry letters between Hogwarts and home. She's perfect, Harry said, gently stroking the owl's feathers. I'll call her Hedwig, I read the name in a history of magic. With their shopping complete, they returned to the Leaky Cauldron for Fleur transport back to the French embassy. As they prepared to depart, a tall figure in purple robes stepped out of the shadows, Albus Dumbledore, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Madame Delacour, young Harry, he greeted them warmly. What a pleasure to encounter you in London. I had hoped to welcome Harry back to Britain personally, but it seems you've managed admirably without my assistance. Headmaster Dumbledore, Apollin acknowledged with cool politeness. Yes, as Harry's guardians, we felt it appropriate to assist with his school preparations ourselves. Of course, Dumbledore nodded. Family is paramount. And you, Harry, looking forward to Hogwarts, I trust. Walking in your parents' footsteps. Harry met the headmaster's gaze steadily, employing the occlumency shield Sebastian had taught him to construct. Though still basic, they would prevent casual surface scanning of his thoughts. Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to experiencing Hogwarts while maintaining my connections to my French family. Something flickered briefly in Dumbledore's eyes, approval, perhaps, or recalculation. A mature perspective. Your time with the Delacours has clearly been beneficial. He smiled genially. I wonder if I might have a brief word with you before you return to France. There are certain matters regarding your arrival at Hogwarts we should discuss. Apollin's hand remained firmly on Harry's shoulder. Anything regarding Harry's attendance can be addressed to us as his legal guardians, headmaster. We have no secrets in our family. The subtle emphasis on legal guardians was not lost on Dumbledore, whose smile never wavered though his eyes sharpened slightly. Of course. I merely wish to discuss certain security considerations given Harry's unique status. We're well aware of the security implications, Apollin replied evenly. Sebastian has been in communication with your deputy headmistress regarding all necessary arrangements. Unless there's something specific that hasn't been addressed. For a moment, tension hummed in the air between them, a silent battle of wills. Then Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. Nothing that cannot wait until the start of term. I look forward to seeing you at the welcoming feast, Harry. Thank you, sir, Harry responded politely. I'm looking forward to it as well. As they stepped into the Fleur moments later, Harry caught one last glimpse of Dumbledore's thoughtful expression before the green flames whisked them away. He's recalibrating his approach, Sebastian observed that evening when Apollon recounted the encounter. Testing boundaries, assessing how much influence he might exert. They sat in the family's private sitting room, Sebastian, Apollon, Fleur, and Harry, discussing the implications of the meeting with Dumbledore. Gabrielle had been deemed too young for such serious conversation and was already asleep. Do you think he'll try to interfere with Harry's education? Fleur asked, her protectiveness evident in her tone. Sebastian considered this carefully. Interfere is perhaps too strong a word. Guide, certainly. Influence, definitely. Dumbledore has invested considerable interest in Harry's development, and he will not relinquish that interest simply because we've provided a more suitable home. But he can't just take over, can he? Harry asked. The guardianship is legal. Legally, his powers are limited, Sebastian confirmed. But practically, as headmaster of Hogwarts, he will have significant day-to-day influence over your school experience. He leaned forward, his expression serious. This is why we've spent 3 years preparing you, Harry. The knowledge of wizarding politics, the occlumency training, the cultural education, all of it equips you to navigate Dumbledore's machinations while maintaining your own agency. And the bond provides additional protection, Apollon added, glancing between Harry and Fleur. Madame Tessier confirmed it would alert us to any magical coercion or tampering, regardless of distance. Fleur nodded, unconsciously touching the silver pendant she wore, a specially enchanted piece that would warm if Harry was in genuine danger. Harry wore a matching one, though his was crafted as a wristband that could be concealed beneath his school robes. I'm not afraid of Dumbledore, Harry said thoughtfully. But I don't fully trust him either. He left me with the Dursleys, thinking it was for the greater good. The phrase had become something of a watchword in their household, a reminder to question authority figures who claimed to know what was best. A healthy perspective, Sebastian approved. Respect his position and knowledge, but maintain your own judgment. Remember, Harry, you are not returning to Britain as the same neglected child who left. You are now the Potter heir, raised and educated by a prominent magical family, with international connections and protections most wizarding children lack. Apollon smiled warmly. And more importantly, you are returning with absolute certainty of who loves you and where your true home lies. That confidence is a shield as powerful as any magic. The conversation shifted to more practical matters, communication schedules, holiday arrangements, and protocol for various scenarios that might arise at Hogwarts. By the time Harry went to bed that night, he felt more secure about his decision and better prepared for the separation ahead. As he placed his new wand carefully on his nightstand, a soft knock came at his door. He opened it to find Fleur standing there, something clutched in her hands. I wanted to give you this before you leave, she said, entering when he stepped aside. I've been working on it for weeks. She handed him a small, ornate box made of polished silver. When he opened it, soft music began to play, a French lullaby Apollon often sang to Gabrielle, and a miniature scene appeared, a perfect replica of Delacours' chateau with tiny figures moving around the grounds. Harry recognized himself flying on a broomstick while Fleur and Gabrielle waved from below. It's a combination of a music box and a pensive-like memory capture, Fleur explained. So you'll always have a piece of home with you. It's beautiful, Harry whispered, watching the tiny figures move through their familiar routines. How did you make it? Papa helped with the charms, but the design and memories are mine. She looked uncharacteristically shy. Do you like it? I love it, Harry said simply, setting it carefully on his bedside table where the chateau gleamed in the lamplight. Thank you. Fleur sat on the edge of his bed, her expression growing more serious. I've been thinking about the bond, about being separated. I spoke with Grandmere about it last week. Fleur's grandmother, a half-Veela with extensive knowledge of their heritage, had become an important resource as they navigated the unique aspects of their bond. What did she say? Harry asked. She said distance will affect the day-to-day awareness but not the fundamental connection. Fleur's fingers twisted together in her lap. We probably won't sense each other's emotions as clearly, but the protective aspects will remain strong. And she said. Fleur hesitated, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She said the separation might actually strengthen the bond in the long run, like a muscle developing through use. Harry considered this. So being apart might make the bond stronger when we're together again. That's what she believes. Fleur reached for his hand, and the silver glow manifested immediately, bright and steady. I'll miss this, though. Being able to talk to you whenever I want, knowing exactly how you're feeling. Me too, Harry admitted. But we'll have the mirrors, and letters, and holidays. He squeezed her hand. And maybe your grandmother is right, maybe the distance will make the bond even stronger. Fleur smiled, though her eyes remained worried. Just be careful at Hogwarts, Harry. Don't take unnecessary risks. And if you ever need me, really need me, use the pendant. I'll find a way to reach you, no matter what. I know you will, Harry said with absolute certainty. You always have. September 1st arrived with crisp autumn air and a sense of momentous change. The Delacours family accompanied Harry to King's Cross Station, Sebastian having arranged an international portkey specifically for the occasion. They attracted considerable attention as they made their way to platform 9 3/4, an elegant French family escorting the boy who lived, all speaking a mixture of French and English with easy familiarity. Harry, dressed in high-quality Muggle clothing that would be replaced with Hogwarts robes on the train, pushed his trolley with nervous excitement. Hedwig hooted softly from her cage, drawing admiring glances from passing Muggles. Remember, walk directly at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Sebastian instructed as they approached. The magical gateway will transport you to platform 9 and 3/4. One by one, they passed through the barrier, emerging onto a platform bustling with wizarding families and dominated by the gleaming scarlet Hogwarts Express. Steam billowed across the platform, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that matched Harry's surreal feelings about this transition. It's really happening, he murmured, taking in the scene. All around them, families were saying goodbye, tearful mothers hugging children, fathers loading trunks, younger siblings watching with envy as their older brothers and sisters prepared to depart for the magical school. We should find you a compartment, Apollon suggested, her melodic accent drawing glances from nearby families. The train will depart soon. They moved along the platform, hearing snippets of conversation that often halted as they passed. Harry caught his name several times in hushed whispers, and more than one person did a double-take upon recognizing him. Is that Harry Potter? With those French people? I heard he's been living abroad. Look at his forehead, the scar. Sebastian guided them toward a less crowded section of the train, where they found an empty compartment. With a wave of his wand, he levitated Harry's trunk onto the luggage rack and secured Hedwig's cage. Now, remember what we discussed, he said, turning to Harry with a serious expression. Write to us after the sorting, and use the mirror for our scheduled call on Sunday evening. If you need anything at all, contact us immediately. Don't wait for appropriate hours. I will, Harry promised, straightening his shoulders. Despite the nervousness fluttering in his stomach, he was determined to approach this new chapter with the confidence the Delacours had helped him build. Apollon pulled him into a warm embrace. We are so proud of you, mon petit, she whispered, using the endearment that had stuck despite Harry's growth. You will shine at Hogwarts, just as you have with us. Thank you for everything, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. For saving me, for giving me a real home and family. Always, Apollon replied simply, pressing a kiss to his forehead before releasing him. Gabrielle was next, flinging her arms around Harry's waist with dramatic flair. At 11, she remained the family's most exuberant member, her emotions always worn openly. Tu vas me manquer, Harry, she declared, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Écris-moi souvent. I'll miss you too, Gabby, Harry assured her, using his nickname for her. And yes, I'll write often, I promise. Finally, he turned to Fleur. She stood tall and composed, though Harry could sense her turmoil through their bond. This would be their first significant separation since his rescue 3 years ago. Don't look so worried, he said softly. I'll be fine. Fleur smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. I know you will. You're stronger than anyone realizes, Harry Potter. She stepped forward and embraced him, and the silver glow of their bond briefly illuminated the space between them, visible only to those who knew to look for it. Remember what we promised, if you need me, truly need me, I'll find a way to come. Distance won't matter. I know, Harry whispered back. The same goes for you. The train whistle blew, a 5-minute warning for departure. Sebastian placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Time to begin your journey, Harry. Know that we support you completely, whatever path you choose at Hogwarts. Harry nodded, feeling a complex mixture of excitement, nervousness, and gratitude. Thank you, all of you. For everything. With final hugs and promises to write, Harry boarded the train and took his seat by the window. As the Hogwarts Express pulled away from the platform, he watched the Delacours standing together, waving until they disappeared from sight. Only then did he realize that Fleur had pressed something into his hand during their final embrace, a small silver charm in the shape of a flame, warm to the touch and faintly pulsing with magic. Smiling, he tucked it safely into his pocket and turned his attention to the journey ahead. Harry didn't remain alone in his compartment for long. Barely 5 minutes after the train departed, the door slid open to reveal a tall, lanky boy with red hair and freckles. Do you mind? The boy asked, gesturing to the empty seats. Everywhere else is full. Not at all, Harry replied, gesturing welcomingly. The boy hauled his trunk inside with some effort and stowed it before plopping down across from Harry. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter, Harry responded, watching with familiar resignation as Ron's eyes widened and immediately flicked to his forehead. Are you really? Ron gasped. Do you have the, you know? He pointed vaguely toward his own forehead. Harry obligingly lifted his fringe to reveal the lightning scar. Yes, though it's faded a bit over the years. Wicked, Ron breathed. So is it true? You've been living in France with some foreign wizarding family? The Delacours, Harry confirmed. They're my guardians. But why France? Ron asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. I mean, you're British. You're Harry Potter. Harry had anticipated this question and had prepared a simplified explanation. My previous living situation with Muggle relatives wasn't ideal. The Delacours discovered this during a diplomatic visit to Britain and offered me a home. It's been wonderful living with them. Ron said, clearly struggling to reconcile this information with whatever preconceptions he'd held. Do you speak French then? Oui, couramment, Harry replied with a smile. Though I'm glad to be returning to England for school. I wanted to connect with my parents' legacy at Hogwarts. Further conversation was interrupted by another newcomer, a bushy-haired girl already dressed in Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one. No toads here, Ron replied, barely looking up. The girl's attention shifted to Harry, and her eyes widened in recognition. You're Harry Potter. I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Yes, though most of what's written isn't entirely accurate, Harry replied, having reviewed some of these texts with Sebastian. The authors weren't present for the events they describe. The girl looked momentarily thrown by this challenge to written authority but recovered quickly. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. And you are? She turned to Ron. Ron Weasley, he muttered through a mouthful of chocolate frog he'd just unwrapped. Pleasure, Hermione said with dubious sincerity before returning her focus to Harry. Is it true you've been living in France? That wasn't mentioned in any of the books. The books were written before I moved there, Harry explained patiently. And yes, I've been with the Delacours family for the past 3 years. How fascinating! Hermione exclaimed. Did you attend a French magical primary school? I've read that continental education begins earlier than the British system. I had private tutoring, Harry replied. Both magical and non-magical subjects. Hermione looked impressed and slightly envious. That must have given you a tremendous advantage. I've only been able to read ahead in the curriculum, not practice actual magic. The conversation continued as the train journeyed northward, with Hermione asking increasingly detailed questions about French magical education and Ron occasionally interjecting with questions about Quidditch. Do they play it differently in France? And food, is it true they eat snails? Harry answered politely but maintained the careful boundary between openness and privacy that Sebastian had helped him develop. He shared general information about his life in France but deflected questions about the specifics of his guardianship or his removal from the Dursleys. As the countryside rolled by, more visitors appeared at their compartment. Neville Longbottom, still searching for his toad, introduced himself shyly. Harry recognized the name immediately. Sebastian had mentioned the Longbottoms as another family targeted by Voldemort during the war, with Neville's parents having suffered a terrible fate. It's good to meet you, Neville, Harry said warmly, shaking the nervous boy's hand. I hope you find your toad soon. Later came a pale, blond boy flanked by 2 larger boys with dull expressions. Is it true? The blonde demanded without preamble. They're saying Harry Potter is in this compartment. Yes, that's me, Harry confirmed, studying the newcomer with interest. The boy's pointed features and aristocratic bearing screamed old wizarding family. This is Crabbe and Goyle, the boy said, nodding to his companions. And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron gave a slight cough that might have disguised a snicker. Draco Malfoy shot him a cold look. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, freckles, and a hand-me-down robe. You must be a Weasley. His attention returned to Harry. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand, but Harry didn't take it. Sebastian had briefed him extensively on Wizarding Britain's political landscape, including the Malfoy family's alleged connections to Voldemort and their subsequent claims of being under the Imperius Curse. I appreciate the offer, Malfoy, Harry said diplomatically, but I prefer to determine the right sort for myself. Draco's pale face flushed slightly. You'd be wise to be more careful, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. Harry remained outwardly calm, though he felt the silver pendant against his wrist warm slightly, a reflection of his suppressed anger. My parents died defending me from a dark wizard, Malfoy. That seems like knowing exactly what was good for them. His voice remained level but took on a cooler edge. I suggest you consider your next words carefully. Something in Harry's composed demeanor seemed to give Malfoy pause. Perhaps he had expected the boy who lived to be more easily provoked or intimidated. After a moment of tense silence, he stepped back. You'll see I'm right eventually, Potter. Come on, Crabbe, Goyle. As they departed, Ron let out a low whistle. That was brilliant. You really put Malfoy in his place. I didn't want a confrontation, Harry clarified. Just to establish boundaries. Still, Ron insisted, most people don't stand up to Malfoy like that. His father's got loads of influence at the Ministry. Hermione, who had watched the exchange with interest, seemed impressed by Harry's composure. That was very mature, she observed. Not escalating the situation while still defending yourself. Harry shrugged, feeling slightly uncomfortable with the praise. My guardian is a diplomat. I've learned a bit about handling difficult conversations. The remainder of the journey passed pleasantly enough. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gradually settled into more relaxed conversation about their expectations for Hogwarts, though Harry noticed that Hermione continued to study him with particular interest, as if he were a puzzle she was determined to solve. As darkness fell and the train approached Hogsmeade Station, they changed into their school robes. Harry felt a momentary pang as he removed his regular clothes, the last tangible connection to the Delacours until his trunk would be delivered to his dormitory. Touching the silver charm in his pocket for reassurance, he prepared himself for his first steps into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The traditional boat journey across the Black Lake provided Harry's first view of Hogwarts Castle, a magnificent sight that lived up to all the stories his parents' friends had shared through Sebastian's correspondence. Illuminated against the night sky, its countless windows glowing with warm light, the ancient castle seemed to embody magic itself. It's beautiful, Harry murmured, sharing a boat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. It's exactly like Hogwarts, a history describes, Hermione whispered reverently. The first year's procession through the entrance hall and into the antechamber where Professor McGonagall awaited them passed in a blur of excitement and nervous anticipation. The deputy headmistress, a stern-looking witch with square spectacles and her hair pulled into a tight bun, explained the sorting procedure and house system efficiently before leaving them to wait. How exactly do they sort us? Harry heard Neville ask anxiously. Some sort of test, I think, Ron replied. Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking. It's just a magical hat, Harry explained quietly. It looks into your mind and determines which house best fits your personality and abilities. Several students nearby looked at him with surprise and relief. Are you sure? A sandy-haired boy asked. Positive, Harry confirmed. It's mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. He'd actually learned this from Sebastian's thorough briefing, but citing the book seemed more diplomatic than explaining his guardian's detailed educational preparations. Hermione beamed at the reference to her favorite text, while several other first-years visibly relaxed. The moment of calm was interrupted, however, by the arrival of several ghosts drifting through the wall, an intentionally dramatic introduction to Hogwarts' spectral residence that elicited gasps and squeals from the assembled students. When Professor McGonagall returned to lead them into the Great Hall, Harry took a deep breath and centered himself, drawing on the confidence the Delacours had nurtured. As he entered the magnificent hall with its enchanted ceiling reflecting the night sky outside, he felt dozens of eyes turn in his direction. The whispers followed immediately. That's him, Harry Potter, with the scar. They say he's been living in France. Harry maintained his composure, keeping his gaze forward and his expression neutral as Sebastian had taught him for public appearances. At the head table, he noted Dumbledore watching him with particular interest, along with a hook-nosed professor whose dark eyes narrowed slightly upon spotting him. The Sorting Hat's song and the subsequent ceremony proceeded as Sebastian had described. Harry watched attentively as Abbott, Hannah, became the first Hufflepuff, followed by others sorted into their respective houses. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor after nearly a full minute under the hat, while Neville Longbottom joined her there following an even longer deliberation. Draco Malfoy was declared a Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head. Finally, McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry." The hall fell silent immediately, all whispers ceasing as Harry stepped forward with measured confidence. He felt the weight of hundreds of eyes following his progress to the stool, where McGonagall placed the ancient hat on his head. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. But what's this? A bond? How fascinating, and such carefully cultivated shields. Someone has trained you well, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Harry thought back. You've had quite the journey since leaving Britain, the hat continued. The Delacours have done well by you. Now, where to put you? You could do well in any house, you know. I'd like to go where I'll grow the most, Harry replied mentally. Where I'll be challenged to become my best self. How refreshing. Most simply ask for their preferred house or family tradition. The hat seemed pleased. In that case, better be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the entire hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in thunderous applause, with the Weasley twins chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," as Harry removed the hat and walked calmly to join his new housemates. As he took his seat, Harry glanced toward the head table again. Dumbledore raised his goblet slightly in acknowledgement, while the hook-nosed professor continued to study him with an inscrutable expression. Another professor, a nervous-looking man wearing a purple turban, seemed to be avoiding looking at Harry altogether. The remainder of the sorting concluded with Ron Weasley joining Gryffindor as expected, and Zabini, Blaise, becoming a Slytherin. Dumbledore rose for a few eccentric remarks before the start of the feast, and then the golden plates filled magically with food. "Congratulations on Gryffindor," Hermione said as they began serving themselves. "Your parents were in this house too, weren't they?" "Yes," Harry confirmed, impressed by her knowledge. "Though the hat considered other houses for me as well. It considered Ravenclaw for me," Hermione confided. "But ultimately decided on Gryffindor." The conversation around them turned to family backgrounds, with various first-years sharing their stories. When attention inevitably swung to Harry, he provided a diplomatic version of recent events. "Yes, I've been living with the Delacours family in France for the past 3 years. They're my legal magical guardians. Sebastian Delacour works in international magical cooperation, and his wife Apollon is part Veela." Veela, one of the older Weasley brothers, Percy, Harry recalled, looked up with interest. "That's an unusual connection for a British wizard." "They took me in when I needed a home," Harry said simply. "I'm grateful for it." "But what about before?" Seamus Finnegan asked. "Where were you after, when your parents died?" "With Muggle relatives," Harry replied, his tone making it clear he didn't wish to elaborate. It wasn't an ideal situation. Sensing his reluctance, Percy Weasley redirected the conversation. "You'll find Hogwarts offers excellent educational opportunities, Potter. Professor McGonagall is strict but fair as our head of house, and the Gryffindor common room has one of the best views in the castle." Harry smiled gratefully at the prefect. "I'm looking forward to exploring. My father mentioned secret passages in his letters to friends." This sparked enthusiastic commentary from the Weasley twins about Hogwarts' hidden features, and the conversation moved safely away from Harry's personal history. As the feast concluded and Dumbledore rose to deliver start-of-term notices, Harry's attention was caught by a sharp, hot pain that shot across his forehead, specifically, his scar. He winced, instinctively raising his hand to the lightning bolt mark. "Are you all right?" Hermione whispered, noticing his reaction. "Fine," Harry murmured, though the pain had been unexpected and concerning. "Just a headache." He glanced toward the head table again, noticing that the turbaned professor was now looking his way, while the hook-nosed man was engaged in conversation with McGonagall. As quickly as it had come, the pain faded. Dumbledore concluded his announcements, including a curious warning about the third-floor corridor being off-limits to anyone who didn't wish to die a most painful death, and dismissed them for the evening. As the prefects began organizing the first years for the journey to their dormitories, Harry felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said crisply. "The headmaster would like a word with you before you retire. Please follow me." Harry nodded, having anticipated this summons. "Of course, Professor." As they departed the Great Hall, Harry noticed several students watching curiously. Ron gave him a questioning look, to which Harry responded with a small shrug that he hoped conveyed administrative matters, rather than possible trouble. McGonagall led him through corridors and up several staircases to a stone gargoyle guarding what Harry assumed was the entrance to Dumbledore's office. "Chocolate Frog," she said clearly, and the gargoyle sprang aside to reveal a moving spiral staircase. "The headmaster is expecting you," McGonagall said, her expression softening slightly. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. Your parents would be proud to see you in Gryffindor." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied sincerely, touched by this personal connection to his parents. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the spiral staircase, ready to face the first of what would likely be many conversations with Albus Dumbledore during his time at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's office was a fascinating space, circular, filled with delicate silver instruments that whirred and puffed smoke, its walls lined with portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses, most of whom appeared to be sleeping in their frames. Behind an enormous claw-footed desk sat Dumbledore himself, his long silver beard and half-moon spectacles exactly as Harry remembered from their brief encounters over the past 3 years. "Ah, Harry," the headmaster greeted him warmly. "Thank you for joining me. Please, have a seat." He gestured to a comfortable chair before his desk. "Lemon drop?" "No, thank you, sir," Harry replied politely, taking the offered seat. "I wanted to welcome you personally to Hogwarts," Dumbledore began, his blue eyes twinkling. "It has been some time since we last spoke properly, and I thought it appropriate to check how you're settling in." "That's very thoughtful, sir," Harry responded, maintaining the respectful but measured tone Sebastian had coached him to use with authority figures. "I've only just arrived, of course, but Hogwarts seems as wonderful as my parents' friends described." "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "James and Lily were exceptional students here. I have no doubt you will follow in their footsteps." He steepled his fingers beneath his beard. "I understand from our brief encounter in the leaky cauldron that your guardians have prepared you well for this transition." "Yes, sir. Sebastian and Apollon have ensured I understand both my British heritage and the expectations of Hogwarts." "Excellent, excellent," Dumbledore murmured. "And the bond with young Miss Delacour? Has Madame Tessier continued her assessments?" Harry wasn't surprised that Dumbledore was aware of the specialist's ongoing monitoring of the Veela bond. "Yes, sir. Her last evaluation concluded that the bond has stabilized sufficiently to maintain its protective aspects across distances." "Fascinating," Dumbledore said, leaning forward slightly. "Such bonds are exceedingly rare in magical history, particularly manifesting at such young ages. I confess a scholarly interest in its development." "Madame Tessier provides copies of her reports to both ministries," Harry noted diplomatically. "I'm sure arrangements could be made for you to review them, with the Delacours' permission." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled at this polite deflection. Of course, of course. The privacy of such matters must be respected." He changed tack smoothly. "I noticed you've already made acquaintances among your yearmates. Miss Granger seems particularly attentive to your words." "She's very academically focused," Harry replied carefully. "I think she's just curious about educational differences between Britain and France." "Naturally." Dumbledore studied him for a moment. "You seem remarkably composed for a first year, Harry. Most students find their first night at Hogwarts rather overwhelming." Harry smiled slightly. "Sebastian has a saying, preparation creates confidence. We've discussed what to expect at length." "Indeed." Dumbledore's expression became more serious. "While I'm pleased to see you so well adjusted, I must address certain practical matters regarding your attendance at Hogwarts. As you are aware, your status in our world is unique." "Because I'm the boy who lived," Harry stated matter-of-factly. "Precisely. This brings certain security considerations." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "I have taken the liberty of establishing additional protective enchantments around Gryffindor Tower and certain other areas of the castle. These are tied to the magical signature recorded during your visits to Britain over the past 3 years." "I appreciate the precaution," Harry said sincerely. Sebastian mentioned similar concerns. "Yes, your guardian has been most thorough in his communications with Professor McGonagall." There was a hint of something, perhaps amusement, perhaps irritation, in Dumbledore's tone. "I understand you will be returning to France for the Christmas holidays." "Yes, sir. The Delacours are my family now, and we want to maintain regular contact despite my attending Hogwarts. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Understandable. Family bonds are precious indeed. He paused, then added, I hope you know, Harry, that despite our differences of opinion regarding your placement after your parents' deaths, my primary concern has always been your welfare. I understand that you believed you were acting in my best interest, Harry replied carefully, neither accepting nor rejecting the implicit apology. Sometimes the wisest among us make the gravest errors, Dumbledore acknowledged with a small sigh. I am grateful that circumstances brought you to a more suitable home, even if the manner was unexpected. The conversation continued for several more minutes, with Dumbledore asking general questions about Harry's studies in France and his expectations for his time at Hogwarts. Throughout the exchange, Harry maintained his occlumency shields as Sebastian had taught him, not impenetrable barriers that would alert a Legilimens to their presence, but subtle misdirections that would guide casual mental probing toward harmless thoughts and memories. Whether Dumbledore attempted such probing was impossible for Harry to determine, but he followed Sebastian's advice, assume it's happening and protect yourself accordingly. Finally, the headmaster glanced at a peculiar clock on his desk. I've kept you long enough on your first evening. You must be tired after your journey, and classes begin tomorrow. He rose from his chair. Professor McGonagall will escort you to Gryffindor Tower, as I imagine your year-mates have already been shown the way. As if summoned by her name, McGonagall appeared at the office door. Ready, Mr. Potter? Yes, Professor, Harry replied, standing and turning back to Dumbledore. Thank you for the welcome, Headmaster. You are most welcome, Harry, Dumbledore smiled benignly. My door is always open should you need anything during your time at Hogwarts. As McGonagall led him toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry reflected on the conversation. Dumbledore had been polite, even warm, but Harry hadn't missed the careful probing, the assessment of his mental and emotional state, the subtle testing of his attachment to the Delacours. Sebastian had warned him to expect exactly this. Dumbledore was, after all, a master strategist accustomed to maneuvering people like chess pieces. The password is, Caput Draconis, McGonagall informed him as they reached the portrait of the fat lady that guarded the Gryffindor common room. It will change periodically, so pay attention to announcements. Yes, Professor, Harry nodded. And thank you for escorting me. McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. You conducted yourself well with the headmaster, Potter. Your father had a tendency to provoke authority figures, but your mother knew when diplomacy was called for. She adjusted her spectacles. It seems you've inherited her sensibility in that regard. Before Harry could respond to this unexpected personal comment, she had turned and departed with brisk steps, leaving him to enter the common room alone. Inside, he found most of his year-mates had already gone up to their dormitories, though Ron Weasley remained in an armchair by the fire, clearly waiting for him. Everything all right, mate? Ron asked, stifling a yawn. What did Dumbledore want? Just to welcome me personally, Harry replied, simplifying the complex interaction. Check that I'm settling in okay after being abroad. Ron nodded, accepting this explanation. Percy showed us to the dormitory, it's at the top of this staircase. Your trunk's already up there. Thanks for waiting, Harry said, genuinely touched by the gesture from someone he'd just met. As they climbed the spiral staircase together, Ron asked, so what's it like, living with a family that's part Veela? Aren't they supposed to be, you know? He made a vague gesture that Harry interpreted as referring to the famous Veela allure. The Delacours are just a normal family, Harry explained. Yes, Apollon has Veela heritage, but day-to-day, they're like any other magical household. He paused, then added, though the food is definitely better than what I had before. This earned a laugh from Ron as they entered the dormitory, where their roommates, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, and Dean Thomas, were already in various stages of preparing for bed. There he is, Seamus announced. What did Dumbledore want, then? Just a welcome chat, Harry repeated his simplified explanation. Nothing exciting. He found his trunk at the foot of the bed nearest the window, prime real estate in the circular room. Whether this placement was coincidence or deliberate, Harry couldn't tell, but he appreciated the view over the grounds that the position would offer in daylight. As he changed into his pajamas, Harry noticed his roommates casting curious glances his way, not at his scar this time, but at the silver wristband he wore. Though it resembled ordinary jewelry, its magical purpose as a connection to Fleur made it precious beyond measure. "Gift from my family," he explained simply when Neville's gaze lingered on it. "A good luck charm for school." With that minimal explanation accepted, Harry climbed into his four-poster bed and drew the curtains partially closed. The day had been long and full of new experiences, and tomorrow would bring the first classes of his formal magical education. Yet before surrendering to sleep, he had one important task to complete. From his trunk, he retrieved the enchanted mirror the Delacours had given him. About the size of his palm, it was framed in silver with tiny runes carved around the edge, specialized charms to allow communication across international boundaries. "Maison Delacour," he whispered, activating the connection. The mirror's surface shimmered for a moment before resolving into Fleur's face, her silver blonde hair gleaming in what appeared to be morning light in France. "Harry," she exclaimed, relief evident in her expression. "We were waiting for your call. How was the journey? The sorting? Is everything all right?" "Everything's fine," he assured her, keeping his voice low to avoid disturbing his roommates. "I'm in Gryffindor, like my parents." "Of course you are," Fleur said with a smile. "Brave and noble, it suits you perfectly." They spoke briefly about his initial impressions of Hogwarts, his conversation with Dumbledore, and his new housemates. Despite the whispered nature of the exchange, it soothed Harry's lingering homesickness to see a familiar face and hear Fleur's voice. "The bond feels strange," she admitted after a few minutes. "It's still there, but, muted, like hearing music from another room." "I feel it too," Harry agreed. "But it's still working. When I felt anxious during the sorting, I could sense your reassurance." Fleur's expression brightened at this. "Good. That means Grandmere was right, the core connection remains despite the distance." She glanced over her shoulder. "Maman wants to speak with you before you sleep." Apollone's face appeared in the mirror, her elegant features arranged in a warm smile. "Mon petit. How wonderful to see you safely arrived. Sebastian and Gabrielle send their love, they're arranging breakfast but will call you properly on Sunday as planned." "Tell them I miss them already," Harry said, feeling a wave of affection for his adopted family. "We miss you too," Apollon assured him. "But this is an important journey for you, Harry. Trust your instincts, remember your training, and know that we support you completely." They spoke for a few more minutes before Apollon insisted he get some rest before his first day of classes. As Harry deactivated the mirror and tucked it safely into his bedside drawer, he felt more centered and prepared for whatever Hogwarts might bring. The castle around him was ancient and unfamiliar, filled with magic both wondrous and potentially dangerous. But unlike the frightened child who had once faced new situations alone and unsupported, Harry now had both inner resources and external connections to guide him. He drifted off to sleep with one hand resting near the silver wristband, the faint pulse of the Veela bond, distant but present, a comforting reminder that no matter how far from France he might be, he was never truly alone. Harry's first week at Hogwarts passed in a whirlwind of new experiences. The castle itself proved to be a marvelous, bewildering place, moving staircases, hidden passages, talking portraits, and resident ghosts creating an environment where the unexpected became routine. Thanks to Sebastian's thorough briefing, Harry was better prepared than most first years for these magical peculiarities, but even he found himself occasionally lost in the labyrinthine corridors. Classes began immediately, with each professor making their expectations clear from the first session. Professor McGonagall, teaching Transfiguration, demonstrated her animagus transformation before delivering a stern lecture on the precision required for their subject. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she warned. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back." Professor Flitwick, the diminutive charms teacher, squeaked excitedly upon reaching Harry's name during roll call, toppling off the stack of books he stood on, much to Harry's embarrassment. Despite this inauspicious beginning, Harry quickly found charms to be one of his favorite subjects, its practical applications aligning well with the wandless exercises Sebastian had taught him. History of magic proved to be as dull as Sebastian had warned, taught by the ghost Professor Binns, who droned on about goblin rebellions with mind-numbing monotony. Harry dutifully took notes nonetheless, knowing that Sebastian would expect a full report on the British perspective of magical history. Herbology, taught by the cheerful Professor Sprout in the greenhouses behind the castle, offered a pleasant surprise. The practical nature of the work, hands in soil, nurturing magical plants, reminded Harry of peaceful afternoons in the Delacours gardens with Apollon, learning about the magical flora of Provence. Defense against the dark arts, however, was a disappointment. Professor Quirrell, the nervous man in the turban whom Harry had noticed at the welcoming feast, proved to be a stammering, ineffectual teacher whose classroom smelled strongly of garlic. More concerning to Harry was the fact that his scar prickled painfully whenever Quirrell turned his back, a phenomenon he found both puzzling and worrying. The most challenging class by far was potions, held in the dungeons under the supervision of Professor Snape, the hook-nosed teacher who had studied Harry so intently during the feast. From the moment Harry entered the classroom, he sensed the professor's animosity, though he couldn't understand its source. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly during roll call, pausing at Harry's name. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The Slytherins sniggered behind their hands while Snape finished calling names before fixing Harry with a penetrating stare. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air beside him, but Harry maintained his composure. Sebastian had warned him that Snape had a history with his parents and might test him specifically. "A sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death, sir," Harry answered calmly. Snape's expression flickered with momentary surprise before his lip curled unpleasantly. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir," Harry replied. "It's a stone that can counteract most poisons." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir, also known as aconite." Snape's dark eyes narrowed. "It seems fame isn't everything, but perhaps access to foreign education has given you an advantage over your classmates." His gaze swept the room. "Well, why aren't you all copying this down?" There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape added, "And a point from Gryffindor, Potter, for your cheek." "Sir?" Harry asked, genuinely confused. "I didn't make it 2 points for arguing, Potter," Snape snapped. Harry fell silent, recognizing that further protest would only escalate the situation. Beside him, Ron looked outraged on his behalf, while Hermione appeared torn between approval of Harry's correct answers and confusion at Snape's unfair response. The class proceeded with Snape criticizing everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to favor openly. When Neville melted his cauldron, creating a noxious mess that burned holes in people's shoes, Snape somehow managed to blame Harry for not warning his classmate, costing Gryffindor another point. That was totally unfair, Ron fumed as they climbed the stairs out of the dungeon after class. "You answered everything correctly, and he still punished you. He seems to really hate you," Hermione observed, falling into step beside them. "Did you do something to offend him?" "Not that I'm aware of," Harry replied thoughtfully. "Sebastian mentioned that Snape had a complicated history with my father during their school days, but I didn't expect such obvious bias from a professor." "Your guardian knew about Snape?" Ron asked, surprised. Harry nodded. "Sebastian made a point of learning about Hogwarts faculty before I enrolled. He believes in thorough preparation." "That's very sensible," Hermione approved. "I tried researching the professors too, but there's limited information in the standard texts." As they made their way toward the Great Hall for lunch, Harry reflected on his first week. Despite Snape's hostility and Quirrell's ineffectiveness, he was enjoying Hogwarts. The castle's magic, the challenging classes, and the new friendships he was forming all contributed to a sense of rightness, as if he were connecting with a part of himself that had been waiting to be discovered. That evening, in a quiet corner of the Gryffindor common room, Harry wrote his first detailed letter to the Delacours, describing his classes, professors, and initial impressions of Hogwarts life. He mentioned Snape's apparent animosity and the strange pain in his scar during Quirrell's class, knowing Sebastian would want all relevant information for their scheduled mirror call on Sunday. "Writing home?" Hermione asked, pausing beside his chair with an armful of books. "Yes," Harry confirmed, adding a final sentence before folding the parchment. "I promise to keep my family updated. It must be difficult, being so far from them after living together for 3 years," she observed with surprising perceptiveness. Harry nodded. "I miss them. But this was my choice. I wanted to experience Hogwarts, to connect with this part of my heritage." Hermione seemed to hesitate before asking her next question. "The Delacours, they treat you well?" Understanding the root of her concern, Harry smiled reassuringly. "They're the best family I could have asked for. They found me when I needed help most, and they've given me a real home." "Good," Hermione said with evident relief. "I've read accounts of your history that suggested your earlier childhood was difficult." Harry appreciated her tactful phrasing. "That's an understatement. But the past 3 years have more than made up for it." Their conversation shifted to academic matters, with Hermione enthusiastically discussing their homework assignments while Harry finished addressing his letter. Later, he would visit the Ollery to send it with Hedwig, who seemed to be enjoying her new role as his messenger to France. As the first weekend at Hogwarts approached, Harry found himself both exhausted from the adjustment to school life and exhilarated by the possibilities that stretched before him. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether from Snape's inexplicable hostility, the mystery of his painful scar, or the inevitable complexities of being Harry Potter in a world that had created its own mythology around his name, he felt prepared to face them. The foundation the Delacours had built for him over the past 3 years provided stability and confidence that would have been unimaginable to the frightened child rescued from Privet Drive. And the silver bond that connected him to Fleur, though muted by distance, remained a constant reminder that he was part of something greater than himself, a family chosen not by blood but by magic itself. Sunday evening found Harry alone in an unused classroom on the 3rd floor, the enchanted mirror propped against a stack of books as he spoke with the entire Delacour family. Their faces crowded into the mirror's frame, creating a heartwarming if somewhat comical image that eased his lingering homesickness. And then Neville's toad jumped into Snape's cauldron demonstration, Harry recounted, describing the disastrous potions lesson. "I thought Snape was going to explode on the spot." Gabrielle giggled at the story, while Sebastian's expression remained thoughtful. "And you say Snape continues to single you out in every class?" "Without fail," Harry confirmed. "It's like he's determined to find fault with everything I do, even when my work is correct." "This confirms what I've heard about his history with your father," Sebastian mused. "Their rivalry was apparently quite bitter during their school years. It seems Snape has chosen to transfer that animosity to you. Which is completely unprofessional," Apollon added with disapproval. "A teacher should not punish a child for decades-old grievances against a parent." "It's manageable," Harry assured them. "I'm maintaining perfect politeness and doing my best work regardless. It's frustrating, but not insurmountable." "A mature approach," Sebastian approved. "And what of your scar pain during defense against the dark arts? Has that recurred?" Harry nodded. "Every class so far. Always when Quirrell has his back to me, never when he's facing the class directly." "That is concerning," Sebastian's brow furrowed. "The scar is a remnant of dark magic. For it to react to a specific professor suggests something unusual." "Could it be his turban?" Fleur suggested. "You mentioned it smells strongly of garlic. Perhaps he's carrying some dark artifact for protection." "Possible," Sebastian acknowledged. "Many who survived the war developed extreme protective measures, some bordering on paranoia. Quirrell reportedly had a frightening encounter with vampires during his sabbatical. I'll continue to monitor it, Harry promised. If the pattern changes or the pain worsens, I'll let you know immediately. The conversation shifted to more positive topics: Harry's budding friendships with Ron and Hermione, his strong performance in Charms and Transfiguration, and his excitement for their first flying lesson scheduled for the coming week. The Weasleys are an old wizarding family, Sebastian noted when Harry mentioned Ron's large family. Not wealthy, but respected for their integrity. Arthur Weasley works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the Ministry, a minor department, but he's known to be incorruptible. And the Granger girl sounds promising, Apollon added. Intelligence and dedication are valuable qualities in a friend, though perhaps she could benefit from relaxing occasionally. Harry laughed. That's an understatement. Hermione approaches every assignment like it's a matter of life and death. But she's brilliant, and underneath the academic intensity, she's actually very kind. What about the bond? Fleur asked, changing the subject. Can you still feel it from there? Yes, though it's different than when we're together, Harry explained. More like background music rather than a conversation. I can sense your general state, whether you're happy or sad or angry, but not specific emotions. Same for me, Fleur confirmed. Grandmere says this is normal for distance separation. The protective aspects remain strong, though. She tested it yesterday with a minor hex, and the shield manifested instantly. That's reassuring, Harry said. I've been worried that distance might weaken the protection. On the contrary, Sebastian interjected. Madame Tessier believes the bond may actually strengthen from successfully maintaining connection across distance, like exercising a muscle, as we've discussed before. They spoke for nearly an hour more, catching up on family news from France. Gabrielle had started her own pre-Bosbaden's tutoring, Apollon was planning a winter garden renovation, and Sebastian had been appointed to a new international magical cooperation initiative that would bring him to London regularly in the coming months. I'll arrange to visit Hogwarts during those trips, he promised. As your guardian, I have every right to check on your welfare periodically. I'd like that, Harry admitted. It would be good to see you in person. As their call concluded with promises to write regularly and maintain weekly mirror contacts, Harry felt a renewed sense of balance. The homesickness that had lurked beneath his excitement all week diminished, replaced by the comfortable certainty that his connection to the Delacours remained undiminished despite the physical separation. He carefully packed away the enchanted mirror and made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, contemplating Sebastian's concerns about both Snape and Quirrell. The bond with Fleur would protect him from direct magical threats, but political machinations and subtle manipulations required vigilance and discretion. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Harry nearly collided with Professor McGonagall as he rounded a corner. Mr. Potter, she acknowledged, her eyebrows rising slightly. Rather late to be wandering the corridors, is it not? I was speaking with my family in France, Professor, Harry explained honestly. We arranged a specific time for communication that works with the time difference. McGonagall's expression softened marginally. I see. While I appreciate your maintaining family connections, in the future, please conduct such communications from your common room or dormitory before curfew. Yes, Professor, Harry agreed. I wanted privacy for our conversation, but I'll plan better next time. See that you do. She studied him for a moment. Are you adjusting well to Hogwarts, Potter? Any concerns I should be aware of as your head of house? Harry considered whether to mention Snape's behavior or his scar pain, but decided against it. Sebastian had advised him to be selective about sharing potentially sensitive information. I'm adjusting well, thank you, he replied instead. The classes are interesting, and I'm enjoying getting to know my housemates. McGonagall nodded, apparently satisfied with this response. Very good. Run along now, directly to Gryffindor Tower. As Harry continued his journey, he reflected on how differently his Hogwarts experience might have unfolded without the Delacours' intervention 3 years ago. Would he have arrived ignorant of his heritage, unprepared for the wizarding world's complexities? Would he have lacked the confidence to stand up to Snape's bullying or Malfoy's provocations? The contrast between what might have been and what was filled him with profound gratitude. Whatever challenges lay ahead at Hogwarts, and Harry suspected there would be many, he would face them not as a lonely, insecure orphan, but as the treasured ward of a powerful magical family, with knowledge, training, and the unwavering support that came from knowing exactly where he belonged. The first major incident of Harry's Hogwarts career occurred during their inaugural flying lesson the following Thursday. The combined Gryffindor-Slytherin class assembled on the training grounds under the watchful eye of Madame Hooch, a yellow-eyed witch with short, grey hair and a no-nonsense demeanor. Harry approached the lesson with confidence. 3 years of flying instruction at the Delacours estate had made him a capable flyer, comfortable on even high-performance brooms. When Madame Hooch instructed them to command their brooms with an authoritative up, Harry's school broom jumped instantly into his hand, one of the few to respond perfectly on the first attempt. "Impressive, Mr. Potter," Madame Hooch commented. "You've clearly flown before." "Yes, Madame Hooch," Harry confirmed. "I've had regular lessons for the past 3 years." Nearby, Draco Malfoy scowled at this evidence of Harry's proficiency, while Ron looked impressed. Hermione, struggling to get her own broom to cooperate, appeared frustrated by Harry's easy success. The lesson progressed smoothly until Neville Longbottom, nervous and uncoordinated, pushed off too early and lost control of his broom. The resulting accident, a broken wrist from a 20-foot fall, led to Madame Hooch escorting Neville to the hospital wing with strict instructions that everyone else remain grounded. The moment she disappeared from view, Malfoy snatched something from the grass, Neville's Remembrall, a gift from his grandmother that had arrived at breakfast. "Look what the fat lump dropped," he sneered, holding the glass ball up to catch the sunlight. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry said calmly, stepping forward. Malfoy's pale face twisted into a malicious smile. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up a tree?" Before Harry could respond, Malfoy had mounted his broom and taken off, hovering just above the highest branches of a nearby oak tree. "Come and get it, Potter," he called down. Harry assessed the situation quickly. While he could easily retrieve the Remembrall given his flying experience, doing so would mean directly disobeying Madame Hooch's instructions. Yet allowing Malfoy to destroy Neville's property seemed equally unacceptable. "Harry, don't," Hermione warned. "You heard what Madame Hooch said. You'll be expelled." Instead of mounting his broom, Harry drew his wand. Sebastian had taught him that direct confrontation wasn't always the wisest approach when alternatives existed. "Accio Remembrall," he incanted clearly, focusing on the small glass ball in Malfoy's hand. The Remembrall wrenched itself from Malfoy's grasp and sailed smoothly into Harry's outstretched hand. A collective gasp rose from the assembled first-years. The summoning charm was fourth-year magic, not something an 11-year-old should be able to perform. "How did you?" Malfoy spluttered, descending rapidly and dismounting his broom with far less grace than he'd shown taking off. That's a fourth-year spell," Hermione exclaimed, looking at Harry with a mixture of shock and admiration. Harry pocketed the Remembrall casually, though inwardly he was reviewing whether his action had been prudent. Sebastian had advised him to downplay his advanced magical knowledge to avoid unnecessary attention. "My guardian believed in practical education," he explained with deliberate understatement. "Accio is useful for retrieving things without confrontation." Further discussion was prevented by Madame Hooch's return. She eyed the group suspiciously, noting Malfoy's flushed face and the excited whispering among the students. "Did something occur during my absence?" she demanded. "No, Madame Hooch," several voices replied simultaneously, with varying degrees of conviction. She looked skeptical but continued the lesson without further inquiry. By the end of the class, however, word of Harry's advanced spellwork had spread throughout the first-year cohort. By dinner, it seemed the entire school was discussing how Harry Potter, raised in France, could perform magic beyond his year level. "You've got to teach me that spell," Ron insisted as they left the Great Hall that evening. "It would be brilliant for getting stuff from Fred and George when they're being prats." I can show you the basics, Harry agreed cautiously, though it might take some practice. But how did you learn it already? Hermione persisted, having spent much of the day glancing at Harry with renewed curiosity. It's not in the first-year curriculum, or even the second or third. Harry chose his words carefully. The Delacours believed in teaching magic based on utility and aptitude rather than rigid age restrictions. Sebastian, my guardian, thought I showed a natural affinity for charms, so he included some more advanced spells in my studies. This was true, if somewhat simplified. Sebastian had indeed recognized Harry's talent for charms and encouraged its development, but the primary motivation had been ensuring Harry could protect himself if necessary. The summoning charm was just one of several defensive and utility spells Sebastian had deemed essential for Harry's safety. That's so progressive, Hermione sighed enviously. In Britain, underage magic outside school is strictly prohibited. France has different regulations, Harry explained. Supervised practice in designated magical households is permitted, particularly for wards of ancient families like the Delacours. As they reached the portrait hole, Professor McGonagall appeared in the corridor, her expression unreadable. Mr. Potter, a word please. Harry followed her to a nearby empty classroom, wondering if Malfoy had reported the Remembrall incident after all. It has come to my attention, McGonagall began without preamble, that you performed a fourth-year level summoning charm during today's flying lesson. Yes, Professor, Harry admitted, seeing no benefit in denial. Neville Longbottom's Remembrall was taken by Draco Malfoy, who threatened to leave it in a tree. Rather than disobeying Madame Hooch's instruction to remain grounded, I used Accio to retrieve it. McGonagall's eyebrows rose at his forthright explanation. A creative solution, I must admit. May I ask where you learned this spell? It is not taught until fourth year for good reason, it requires considerable magical control. My guardian, Sebastian Delacour, included it in my pre-Hogwarts education, Harry explained. He believed that practical magic should be taught when a student shows readiness, regardless of conventional age designations. I see. McGonagall studied him thoughtfully. While I cannot fault your intention to help a fellow student, Mr. Potter, I must caution you about displaying advanced magical knowledge so publicly. It creates expectations that may prove burdensome. Harry nodded, understanding the subtext. His status as the boy who lived already made him a subject of fascination, demonstrating unusual magical talent would only intensify the scrutiny. I understand, Professor. I'll be more discreet in the future. See that you are. She adjusted her spectacles. That said, your control was apparently quite impressive for your age. Professor Flitwick mentioned that your charm work in class has been exemplary. Thank you, Professor. McGonagall seemed to make a decision. Mr. Potter, given your evident aptitude, would you be interested in some additional practice materials for transfiguration? Not to be demonstrated publicly, mind you, but for your private study. Surprised but pleased by this offer, Harry nodded. I would appreciate that very much, Professor. Very well. I'll provide some appropriate texts next week. She moved toward the door, then paused. Your father had a similar aptitude for transfiguration, though he often applied it to less academic pursuits. A hint of a smile touched her stern features. It seems you've inherited his talent, if not his penchant for mischief. With that surprisingly personal observation, she departed, leaving Harry to contemplate this new connection to his father's legacy at Hogwarts. The Remembrall incident, while quickly overshadowed by other school events, had several lasting consequences. First, it cemented Harry's friendship with Neville Longbottom, who was profoundly grateful for the retrieval of his grandmother's gift. Second, it established Harry's reputation among his peers as both magically talented and willing to stand up for others. And third, it intensified Draco Malfoy's antagonism, transforming it from casual disdain to active hostility. This last development manifested most dramatically in mid-October, when Malfoy challenged Harry to a midnight duel in the trophy room, a transparent attempt to get him caught out after curfew. It's obviously a trap, Hermione insisted when Ron eagerly accepted on Harry's behalf. He'll probably tip off Filch and never show up himself. Of course it is, Harry agreed calmly, surprising both Ron and Hermione. I have no intention of going. But you have to. Ron protested. You can't just refuse a wizard's duel. It's a matter of honor. Harry shook his head. Sebastian taught me that true honor lies in making wise choices, not being manipulated by false challenges. Malfoy's not interested in a fair duel, he wants to get me in trouble. But he'll tell everyone you're a coward, Ron argued. Let him, Harry shrugged. I'm secure enough not to make poor decisions based on what Draco Malfoy might say about me. Hermione looked at Harry with newfound respect. That's remarkably mature, Harry. Most boys your age would rush headlong into the trap just to prove something. 3 years with a diplomat teaches you to recognize manipulation, Harry replied with a slight smile. Besides, there are better ways to handle Malfoy than playing his game. The next morning at breakfast, when Malfoy swaggered over to the Gryffindor table with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him, his smirk indicated he expected to gloat over Harry's non-appearance or punishment. Sleep well, Potter? He asked with mock concern. No, late-night excursions. Very well, thank you, Harry replied pleasantly. Though I did mention your invitation to Professor McGonagall yesterday evening. She seemed quite interested in your proposed midnight meeting in the trophy room. Were you planning to show up, or just hoping Filch would catch me? The color drained from Malfoy's face. You told McGonagall? Of course, Harry said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. When someone issues a formal challenge, it's customary to inform the appropriate authorities, isn't it? Especially when the challenge violates school rules. Malfoy retreated without another word, his complexion ashen. Ron stared at Harry with a mixture of horror and awe. You really told McGonagall? No, Harry admitted quietly. But Malfoy doesn't know that. Now he'll be wondering if she's waiting to catch him the next time he tries something similar. Hermione's eyes widened. That's rather Slytherin of you, Harry. Harry smiled. The Sorting Hat considered all houses for me. Sometimes tactics from different houses are exactly what's needed. He returned to his breakfast. Besides, Sebastian says the most effective deterrent isn't confrontation but uncertainty. Malfoy needs to learn that his actions have unpredictable consequences. This approach to handling Malfoy, neither aggressive confrontation nor passive acceptance, typified Harry's developing strategy at Hogwarts. Guided by Sebastian's diplomatic training and his own growing confidence, he navigated the school's social and political landscape with unexpected sophistication for an 11-year-old. When Halloween arrived, bringing with it the traditional feast and castle decorations, Harry found himself experiencing mixed emotions. While the spectacular Great Hall decorations, floating pumpkins, live bats, and magical illusions, impressed his classmates, Harry was acutely aware that this day marked the anniversary of his parents' murder. You're quiet today, Hermione observed as they entered the Charms classroom that morning. Is everything all right? It's Halloween, Harry replied simply. The anniversary of my parents' deaths. Hermione's expression softened with immediate understanding. Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize, I knew it happened on Halloween, but I didn't connect that today would be difficult for you. It's all right, Harry assured her. The Delacours always mark the day with a small remembrance ceremony. It feels strange not to observe it with them this year. Perhaps you could do something here. Hermione suggested. Your own private remembrance. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I might do that. Thank you for understanding. The charms lesson that day focused on the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, which Harry had mastered years earlier under Sebastian's tutelage. Rather than demonstrate his proficiency immediately, however, he deliberately practiced the wand movement and pronunciation as instructed, allowing his feather to rise only when others began succeeding. This restraint wasn't merely about following McGonagall's advice to avoid showing off. Harry had quickly realized that helping his classmates learn gave him greater satisfaction than displaying his own abilities. When Ron struggled with the proper pronunciation, Harry quietly coached him until he achieved success, an approach that earned him grateful smiles from both Ron and Professor Flitwick. Hermione, however, had no such reservations about demonstrating her abilities. "It's Wingardium Leviosa," she corrected Ron forcefully after he failed multiple attempts. "Make the gar nice and long." When she proceeded to levitate her feather perfectly on the first try, Ron's frustration was palpable. After class, he vented his irritation loudly as they made their way to their next lesson. "It's no wonder no one can stand her," he said to Harry as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past. It was Hermione, and Harry was startled to see tears in her eyes. "I think she heard you," Harry said quietly to Ron. "So?" Ron replied, though he looked slightly uncomfortable. "She must have noticed she's got no friends." "That's not true," Harry corrected him. "I consider her a friend." And that comment was unnecessarily cruel. Ron had the grace to look ashamed. "I didn't mean for her to hear it. She just makes me feel stupid sometimes." "She's eager and academically competitive," Harry acknowledged. "But she's also kind and loyal. You should apologize when you see her next." Hermione didn't appear for their next class, however, nor was she seen all afternoon. As they made their way to the Halloween feast that evening, Harry overheard Parvati Patil telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. "We should check on her," Harry said to Ron. "Make sure she's all right." Ron looked uncomfortable but nodded. "Yeah, I suppose I should say sorry." "After the feast?" Harry agreed, though he couldn't shake a vague sense of unease as they entered the great hall. The spectacular decorations, thousands of bats fluttering from the walls and ceiling, floating jack-o'-lanterns replacing the usual candles, would normally have captivated his attention. Instead, his thoughts remained with Hermione, alone and upset on what was already a difficult day for Harry personally. The feast had just begun when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know," he gasped before collapsing in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore shot purple firecrackers from his wand to restore silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." As Percy Weasley began enthusiastically shepherding the Gryffindors, Harry grabbed Ron's arm. "Hermione. She doesn't know about the troll." Ron bit his lip. "Oh, all right," he relented. "But Percy'd better not see us." They slipped away from the Gryffindors heading upstairs and hurried toward the girls' bathroom. As they rounded a corner, they heard quick footsteps behind them and ducked behind a large stone griffin. To their surprise, they glimpsed Snape crossing the corridor and disappearing from view. "What's he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he with the other teachers in the dungeons?" "Search me," Ron shrugged. They crept along the next corridor when a foul stench reached their nostrils, a mixture of old socks and the kind of public toilet no one cleans. Then they heard it, a low grunting and the shuffling of enormous feet. At the end of the passage, the troll emerged, 12 feet tall with granite-gray skin, a lumpy body like a boulder, and a small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It was dragging a huge wooden club along the floor. "It's heading for the girls' bathroom," Harry realized with horror. "Come on." They reached the door just as a high, petrified scream echoed from within. Hermione was inside, pinned against the wall in terror as the troll advanced on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Confuse it," Harry told Ron desperately, seizing a tap and throwing it against the wall. The troll stopped a few feet from Hermione, turning its ugly head to see what had made the noise. Its mean little eyes saw Harry, and it hesitated, then made for him instead, lifting its club. In that moment of crisis, Harry's training with Sebastian and the protective magic of the Veela bond activated simultaneously. As the troll swung its massive club, the silver shield manifestation of the bond flared into existence, visible to all present as a translucent barrier that deflected the club with a resonant gong-like sound. The troll staggered back, confused by this unexpected resistance. Harry used the moment to draw his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. He shouted, directing the spell not at the troll but at its club. The massive wooden weapon flew from the troll's grasp, rose high into the air, then dropped with terrible force onto its owner's head. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Silence fell as dust settled around them. Hermione, still pressed against the wall, stared at Harry with wide eyes. What was that silver light?" she asked shakily. Before Harry could formulate a response, the bathroom door slammed open to reveal Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. McGonagall looked furious, her lips white with rage. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded, cold fury in her voice. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" To everyone's surprise, Hermione spoke up. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, because I've read all about them." Ron dropped his wand in shock at this blatant lie from rule-abiding Hermione, while Harry maintained his composure despite his surprise. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now," Hermione continued. Harry deflected its club with some kind of shield spell, and then Ron helped distract it while Harry knocked it out with its own club. They didn't have time to fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived. McGonagall studied each of them carefully. "Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head in pretend shame. "Miss Granger, 5 points from Gryffindor for this," McGonagall declared. "As for you two gentlemen, well, not many first-years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. 5 points to Gryffindor for each of you. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go." They hurried out without another word and didn't speak until they were 2 floors up. "Thanks for getting us out of trouble," Ron said awkwardly to Hermione. "We're the ones who should be thanking you," Harry added. "It was brave of you to take the blame." Hermione smiled tentatively. "Well, you did save me." Her expression grew more serious as she turned to Harry. "But what was that silver shield? I've never read about anything like it." Harry had been preparing for this question since the shield manifested. Sebastian had advised him to have a ready explanation for any public manifestation of the Veela bond, as such occurrences were inevitable in truly dangerous situations. "It's a protective charm connected to my family in France," he explained, offering a simplified truth. "A safety measure they insisted upon when I came to Hogwarts." "Wicked," Ron breathed. "Like a magical bodyguard?" "Something like that," Harry nodded, grateful for Ron's uncomplicated acceptance. "It only activates in life-threatening situations." Hermione looked fascinated but, to Harry's relief, seemed to accept this explanation. "Your guardians must care about you very much to create such powerful protection." "They do," Harry confirmed softly. "More than I can say." As they reached the portrait hole and gave the password to the fat lady, Harry felt his pendant warm against his wrist. The bond had activated strongly enough to alert Fleur that he'd been in danger. He would need to contact her soon to provide reassurance. Inside the common room, the Halloween feast had been relocated, with Gryffindors eating at small tables and discussing the troll excitement. As they filled plates and found a quiet corner to sit, Harry realized that this dramatic event had cemented something important, a genuine friendship between the 3 of them. There are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them. Later that night, after everyone had gone to bed, Harry took out his enchanted mirror and whispered the activation phrase. Fleur's worried face appeared immediately. "Harry." The pendant burned almost white-hot. "What happened? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," he assured her quickly. "There was a troll in the castle, a real mountain troll. It attacked a friend, and the bond activated when it swung at me. A troll. Fleur's eyes widened in horror. At a school? How is that possible? No one knows yet, Harry admitted. But the shield worked perfectly, everyone saw it, though I explained it away as a family protection charm. Smart, Fleur approved. But why was a troll in Hogwarts to begin with? Aren't there supposed to be powerful wards preventing such creatures from entering? That's what Sebastian always said, Harry frowned. It doesn't make sense unless someone let it in deliberately, Fleur finished, her expression darkening. Harry, this is serious. Someone may be trying to hurt you. Or create a diversion, Harry mused, remembering Snape's suspicious behavior. Snape wasn't with the other teachers when the troll was announced. He was heading somewhere else. You need to tell Sebastian, Fleur insisted. Call him first thing tomorrow. I will, Harry promised. For now, I'm safe in Gryffindor Tower, and the bond is clearly working if needed. Though Fleur still looked worried, she eventually accepted his reassurances. After ending the call, Harry lay awake pondering the implications of the evening's events. A mountain troll shouldn't have been able to enter Hogwarts without assistance. Snape had been heading somewhere other than the dungeons during the crisis. And most curiously, his scar had prickled painfully when Quirrell entered the bathroom, though the nervous professor had done nothing but whimper at the sight of the unconscious troll. These pieces formed a puzzle Harry couldn't yet solve, but he was certain of one thing: the troll was no accident. Someone at Hogwarts had sinister intentions, and whether they involved Harry directly or not, he would need all his training and the protection of the Veela bond to navigate the dangers ahead. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.